All right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the American Philosophical Society. I am thrilled to invite you all here, to welcome you to the Philosophical Society. Thank you, Scott, for the clapping. And the reason I think I'm so excited is because I see so many new faces in the audience here. We do a lot of events at the APS. We have a monthly public lecture series, and we often have a following and see a lot of the same faces, which is great. But today, we see a lot of new faces, and this may be some of your first visits to the American Philosophical Society. But what makes this so exciting is that many of you have been a part of our community, even if you haven't been here yourself. We have registered in person over 40 alumni from our grants program that will be with us over the course of these next 2 days. We have dozens of reviewers who have helped select the most promising projects to support. And then we have those who are just want to be part of the conversation. And so welcome to the American Philosophical Society. Now, if you're wondering who I am and why I'm talking, my name is Patrick Spiro. I'm the CEO of the Society. And I want to say a few things about the APS, who it is and what we do. And then we'll get to the program itself. So for many of you, the APS maybe was a funder of research. Oh. Jeremy? Yep. We're going to get all the kinks worked out now so that when you're up here, there'll be nothing wrong. So the Philosophical Society, we are the oldest learned society in North America. We were founded in 1743 by Benjamin Franklin and a group of other civically minded individuals. And this is the proposal there that he wrote. And I always like to point out some of the things that he said in the proposal because they are just as important today as they were in 1743. So what Franklin and the groups of these other individuals said is we needed to create an institution that would bring together scholars to share what they're learning in their own communities with each other and then share that with the rest of the world. And that's really been a driving force of the society for now almost 300 years. And you can see that in this quote here where he talks about the fact that this country is so dispersed and people are doing research throughout the countryside, but they're not able to communicate and share this knowledge with each other. These discoveries remain uncommunicated and they die with their discoverers and are lost to humankind. So that's why the society was formed, to bring people together. And when Franklin outlined the APS, he had 4 different programs that he thought the society should undertake to serve its mission of promoting useful knowledge. The first is that we would elect promising and successful scholars to membership, and that these members would share with each other what they're learning, and then those discoveries would be shared with the wider world. These would happen in meetings, kind of like what we're having today, to bring scholars together in person to share this knowledge with each other. And then there'd be publications, because in the 18th century, that was the best way to disseminate knowledge. And today, we do continue to operate at a press, but we are right now streaming live. And we have over 100 people who have RSVP'd to attend in person. And Linda Musameshi shared with me that we are having people register all the way up to noon in order to attend virtually. So I want to welcome them here as well. And then finally, and I think most interestingly, is that Franklin proposed the society should fund research directly, that there'd be dues charged of members, but that money would go to the direct support of research. And so when I summarize what the Philosophical Society does, and I get asked that all the time, I'm a historian, and they say, why are you working for a bunch of philosophers? And I have to say that in the 18th century, philosophy, it meant inquiry, especially inquiry into the natural world. And what we really do are 3 other Ps. We produce new knowledge, and that's what a lot of you have done through our grants program. We preserve important ideas, which is what our library does. And we promote the most promising new ideas, and that's what our press does. And so you've been a part of the society, even if you haven't been here in person for a very long time. So what do we do today? We continue to operate a class of members who are elected after a distinguished career of contributing to knowledge, and we have several members with us today. We have meetings of members twice a year, and then conferences like this throughout the year, and obviously other events like the public lectures. We continue to operate the press, and Kim Gwinter, the director of the press, is in the back of the room. She's happy to talk to you about opportunities with the press, and I'm happy to also announce that we intend to publish a volume or even volumes of the proceedings of this conference soon. So that's something else we plan to do. We continue to operate our research program. And then finally, one of the things that Franklin didn't propose was a library and museum. But what happened over time, as you can imagine, in the 18th century, is these members dispersed throughout North America were sharing their discoveries with the APS here in Philadelphia. We started to amass an incredible library and artifact collection. And today that library continues to collect. We have over 14 million pages of manuscripts, over 300,000 bound volumes, most of which are sitting above us right now. And our core areas of collecting are in early American history, in Native American history and culture, and in the history of science. And we have the papers of over 7 Nobel laureates here in our collections. Now, our research program has been really one of the fundamental programs of the Society since its founding. You saw it there in the proposal. And this program has continued to evolve over time. In the 18th century, we supported a number of early national scientific expeditions, including the first successful excavation of the mastodon. In the 19th century, we were a part of many of the exploring expeditions in North America and around the globe. In the 20th century, we launched a grant and fellowship program that Linda Musumeci has overseen now for over 20 years, since 2002? 4? Okay. So 21 years, congratulations. And these are in a wide range of fields. And our most recent addition to these program of grants is the Lewis and Clark Fund, and that's what we're here today to celebrate. The Lewis and Clark Fund was initiated in 2005, and Linda's going to say a little bit more about it. But you can see here on the top graph all of the areas of the world in which this program has reached on all 7 continents. And I think one of the most exciting things to have happened in its 20th anniversary was that we crossed the 1,000 grant mark. We've now funded over 1,000 early career scholars to conduct field work in all different fields of knowledge. And it's a remarkable program, and we're so thrilled here and excited to celebrate it. And as part of that, I want to invite Linda Musumeci to come up to the stage and talk a little bit more about the program, its origins, and also to invite some of our alumni up to share some of their testimonials. Linda?
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you everyone for being here. I'm so thrilled. I can't tell you. As Patrick said, I've been here for 21 years, so I've had long-term conversations with many of you, but just primarily through email, occasional Zooms, but it's just a thrill to really meet everybody and have everyone here in one place. So it's just a boon for me that I can meet so many of you here. So I'm really just thrilled everyone's here. The program began in 2005, as Patrick said, and one day I was sitting in my office, and our president at the time was Barry Blumberg. Now, Barry Blumberg was a Nobel Prize recipient. He won the Nobel Prize in 1976, and it was for the discovery of the origin of hepatitis B. And then he also, with a colleague, created the vaccine against it and a diagnostic test. So he's saved millions of lives, but he was the most down-to-earth person you could ever imagine, and he also never forgot where he began. So he would come in, you know, and he'd sit down in what became Barry's chair, and he would say, what's going on? How are things going? And so you'd talk about your families a little bit, and then one day he looked at me and he said, I've been thinking, I have an idea. And I said, oh, okay, because if you knew Barry, if he had an idea, it was brilliant, but it was huge, right? It was amazing. And so then he started talking to me about how he began, you know, and he said that he never would have been able to do the work that he had done if his funding had constrained him to just do one thing or just follow one path. And he was very excited to give people the opportunity to, you know, follow a hunch or go on a fishing expedition, as he liked to say, or just sort of follow your nose, you know? And so that's why he really wanted to start this program. And we worked on it together, got it launched, and the first year we made 22 awards, a whole 22, and we awarded $69,300. And back then the award amounts were smaller than the $5,400 that you see today. And then 20 years later, after many years of receiving over 500 applications, we last year awarded we made 84 awards of larger amounts, but we were also able to award over $420,000. So it's been quite an adventure to see the program grow. And we've really tried quite hard to keep people involved. You know, as Patrick has said, there are reviewers here, but maybe if you were a reviewer, you possibly were a grantee at some point. Or maybe you've written letters of reference for applicants and have sent them to us that way. And so I think there's an interconnection here, and that shows a dedication to the Lewis and Clark Fund, but research in general. And that's why we're really excited to be launching this conference and spending the next 2 days together, just running through field research and just sharing ideas. So with that in mind, I would like to invite two grantees up here to tell you what their grants meant to them, what they did with their grants, and how it impacted their careers and how it impacted their research. And so the first person is going to be Joshua Drew, who's right here. And Joshua is an associate professor. He's an aquatic conservation ecologist at the State University of New York College of Environmental Science and Forestry. And if any of that is incorrect, he should tell me.
Wonderful. Thank you all very much. I'm really excited to be able to be here. I am personally a Franklin Award winner, which was really, really cool. And I'm here to talk on behalf of my grad student, Katie Lawson, who won the Lewis and Clark, which is really amazing work and really, as you said, transformative towards her ability. So the science that she was doing was looking at invertebrate recruitment. So essentially trying to look at, as coral reefs get degraded, how do they rebuild themselves? And that was a really fascinating scientific question, looking at sort of patterns of differential recruitment over time. And we had this really cool program where we were building these PVC plates that were stacked, and we had them out in reefs for multiple months at a time, and we were pulling them up every 6 months and counting all the invertebrates that we had on them. And from an ecological perspective, it was really quite exciting. But the thing that I find that was really transformative about the grant was how that single investment reverberated throughout the ecological and the scientific community. So not only were we able to do work on the behalf of and at the request of the communities, the coastal Fijian communities that we're able to work with, but that work opened up opportunities for our Fijian colleagues to be able to work with us as well. And so that work was the scaffold upon which our Fijian colleagues were able to do their own work as well. And so the grant ostensibly funded Katie, but it really also allowed Pita and Waisiki, who are postgraduates at the University of South Pacific, to do their own work as well. And both of them have since graduated. Pita's working on a master's at Macquarie University, and Waisiki's working for effectively the Fijian Department of Environmental Conservation. But both of those were able to launch their careers on behalf or in addition to Katie, who's now working for the state of New York. And so I think when we go back to why the Lewis and Clark is important is because students are totipotent, right? Like they've got the ability to do so many amazing things if you just give them the resources. And the grants are competitive, the grants are well thought out, but you all have been out in the field and you know that the most important thing a scientist can say in the field or in general is not eureka, like we kind of think it is, but it's, huh, that's weird, right? And the Lewis and Clark Fund allows you to be able to follow those huh moments, and you don't know where they're going to go, but that is the spirit of it, is that, we've got high quality hypothetical deductive science, but there's also that liberty to explore and to support other people who want to do that as well. And so I just wanted to come up and share the lab story, because it was Katie who was the awardee, but so many people benefited from that. And I'm just really excited to get to know you guys over the next day and a half. So thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And now I'd like to ask Kate Pippinger to come up. And Kate is a PhD candidate in geology at Yale University in the Department of Earth and Planetary Sciences. And Kate is particular for many reasons, but because she also has received more than one award from us.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me, and it's really great to be here, especially early in my career. So yeah, I'm a fifth-year PhD student in earth science at Yale. I study the ways animals burrow in and mix marine sediments in Earth's past and try to link that to the present through their effect on global biogeochemical cycling. And so yes, as Linda said, I received last year the Lewis and Clark Award, Lewis and Clark grants in both general field research and also in astrobiology. And so I've used the astrobiology one, and that's what I'll mostly talk about today, and then I have upcoming field work planned with the other grant. And so the support has really been incredible. My field work is, my research is almost entirely field-based. It's based around measuring outcrops. And previously, I'd only been able to really work in the northeastern US near where Yale is, things I could access by car. And with the support of the Astrobiology Fund, I was able to travel to Australia for a month. I just got back a couple of weeks ago, and look at a totally different environmental setting, look at a totally different type of rock, and look at trace fossils that are completely different than what we have in the northeastern US. And this has allowed me to expand the scope of the research project pretty significantly, to go beyond simply, what are we seeing in one place at one time, and to ask larger questions about the effect that oxygen increases in the time period I study might have had on habitability of the planet, and the effect that these would have had on the animals that burrow in marine sediments, which are very powerful ecosystem engineers and have a lot of control over how the environment functions. And then more broadly, the support has meant a lot to me in terms of an investment in allowing me to plan my own fieldwork, to follow my own research program, and to gain a lot of independence and a lot of confidence in planning my own fieldwork. And I think, as the previous speaker said, you have those huh moments. Like, one of the coolest things that happened while we were in Australia was completely unrelated to my research, but we actually found a new locality of some of the earliest fossil plants, just because we were looking for something completely different and we happened to come across them. And now I'm able to collaborate with people in Australia, also in France, where there's a lot of specialists on this, and have new people I work with who I probably never would have met without that support. And so I really appreciate the support, and I think this is a fantastic program and really important, especially in geology. So thank you all, and happy to meet everybody.
Kate, thank you. And if I put my grants hat on, then I have to ask you for a report, since you just came back from Australia. So before I turn the program back to Patrick, I just want to point out that if you would have any interest in seeing our founder, Barry Blumberg, the founder of our program, there's a portrait of him in the room where the coffee is, and we call it the President's Room. So.
Linda, that was a wonderful story. I actually had the honor and pleasure of getting to know Barry myself. At the time, I was a postdoc here at the APS, working in some corner of the library. But to give you a sense of who Barry was, he knew who I was. He would always ask me how my project was going. It was remarkable. Somebody of his distinction, his number of commitments, but his ability to really want to know every single person on the staff here. I didn't have a chair in which he sat in and brainstormed with. I wish I could have done that. And Barry's papers ended up coming to the Society, and when they arrived, they were 800 linear feet long. And to give you a sense on that size, is if you stacked it up vertically, it'd be higher than the Hoover Dam. But it's a remarkable record. And Linda, your story, it reminds me, you started small. It was just an idea in your office. You started with just a few grants, and today it's now grown to several hundred that are awarded regularly. And how that happened was largely through philanthropy. The Society was able to raise money because they heard the stories of those people who were able early in their career to go out, make discoveries, and make a difference. And I think one of the more rewarding things that has happened through this program is not just the knowledge that's been created, but this community of alumni and scholars who have built connections with each other and with the APS, including some who have given back to the Lewis and Clark Fund themselves and have funded fellowships after they've had their 20 years of their career. They're starting to give back to the fund itself, and that's just a great sign. So the rest of my job is housekeeping. Just to orient you all to the Society and where things are. So first off, if you want to stream live, you can do so on our website. If you need the internet, this is our password. Please, if you're on social media, please tag us if you're posting during the conference itself. I also want to let everybody know about some of the treasures that we've pulled from our library that document the history of fieldwork. We have some remarkable journals from Rosemary and Peter Grant doing fieldwork in the Galapagos. We have material from British Columbia. We also show the range of different media that we collect, from paper over here to hard drives in the 1990s to digital material that we receive today. So we continue to collect material, and that may be something else you want to bear in mind. So it's now my pleasure to introduce the first panel, which are models for communities. And I want to say a little bit about how we came to creating this program itself. Linda and I were reminiscing just earlier that this whole conference began over a year ago. We issued a call for papers about a year from now. The planning began even before that. The response to our call for papers was overwhelming. We had around 100 applications to participate in this conference. We convened a great panel committee to select the program, and we were struggling with who to select with 100. As you can imagine, there were dozens that could have and should have been on the program, but how are we going to organize this gathering? And we hit upon, well, there's a number of themes that seem to emerge, and what's interesting about these themes is they also seem to sometimes cut across disciplines or fields and cut across geographies. So we hit upon organizing a conference around the idea of models. Each one of these panels has a model of communities, a model of collaboration, and the idea was that these aren't the models, but they are models, and we want to have a conversation among the panelists we've selected, but also among the audience to talk about the nature of fieldwork today, its promise, the perils, and the future of the work that we all do. And so to kick it off, I'd like to invite Jordan Karubian to come up and start the first panel.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, almost. And it's great to be up here. I just want to say how excited I am for this opportunity. It's not every day that as an academic and a researcher, I get to interact with people from such a wide range of disciplines. And it's really exciting for me seeing the people that are on this, on the list of speakers, the people that are here attending, and also that'll be tuning in. It's a really exciting moment for me. And if you're not an academic, I may not seem that excited, but this is what unbridled enthusiasm looks like. And I just think one way to start this off is that it was remarkably prescient a year ago to be thinking about a conference on fieldwork. And I think that few of us might have anticipated all the changes that we would have seen in the past year until now. But I think that one thing that has really emerged front and center is how important fieldwork is, how important it is for us as individuals and as a group to get outside of our own heads and to interact with others. And fieldwork can happen down the block from you or halfway around the world. And regardless of where it takes place, it's fundamental, I think, to the scholarly enterprise and also to our own personal trajectories and development as human beings. As an evolutionary biologist, or at least someone with training in evolutionary biology, I think of the work of Charles Darwin and Wallace and the field work that they did that really triggered some of those aha moments that led to an entire discipline really being formed. And I think that that's not unique to evolutionary biology, that those sort of aha moments are found really widely throughout. And beyond that, I think as a scholar, again, this spark of passion and enthusiasm that comes from field work, I think, for me at least, really can be traced back to the onset of my trajectory as a researcher. So I think that fieldwork plays a fundamental role in really a wide range of scholarly disciplines, and beyond that in our community more broadly. And it's a challenging time for fieldwork, and I think that the way that we navigate those challenges is really going to have long-reaching implications for the scholarly enterprise for many years and perhaps even generations to come. So it's a critical moment right now. And I really applaud the organizers of this conference for bringing us together to think about and to share and to communicate about how we do this work, what it means, and how we can continue to improve it moving forward. So the focus of this first panel is communities, and perhaps reflecting my personal bias, I think it's a really it's a great way to start, an apt way to start this, because I think that engaging with communities is really fundamental to the enterprise of fieldwork. Unless you're out on the space shuttle or doing work on the moon or something like that, you're going to be interacting with local communities in your fieldwork. It's almost inherent to the process. And the way that we manage that, I think, is really important. And one of the fundamental points for me is I think that beyond any sort of ethical considerations, and there are many for why we should engage in a meaningful way with communities when we do our research, I think that there's also some really practical reasons of why it's important. And one of those reasons is that I strongly believe that meaningful engagement with local communities where we work can really fundamentally improve the quality of the scholarship that we do. We, or I at least, speaking as an individual, as a trained academic, I come with a certain set of knowledge and a certain perspective, and it's been enormously enriching for me to engage with and learn from local residents and their perspectives in the area where I work, which is in Northwest Ecuador. And what I found is that by taking the time to really establish meaningful two-way forms of communication with local residents, that's something that has really improved the quality of the scholarship that my and my colleagues have been able to do. It's enabled us to incorporate traditional knowledge and really to formulate hypotheses and predictions and also ways of testing those hypotheses that we never would have been able to do on our own with our own perspectives and relatively narrow knowledge bases and ways of doing things. So I think that it can really improve the quality of scholarship, and I also think that many of us, while we're passionate about basic scholarship, it's also really important for us to try to translate that scholarship through to real-world impact. And here again, this is an area where meaningful engagement with local residents and local communities where we're working can greatly enhance the probability of that happening in a sustainable and impactful kind of way. We're all really familiar with, top-down approaches which oftentimes fail to meet the goals that they've set out, sometimes spectacularly so. And I think that we can all recognize how by meaningfully, engaging and intertwining local residents in the design and implementation of research, it can lead naturally to formulation of and implementation of policies and initiatives that actually are going to be successful. And so there's a number of challenges that we're all facing with fieldwork, and in particular with community engaged fieldwork and prioritizing a strong aspect of community engagement. And I'll just list some of those really briefly. One of those is the way that the academic system is set up, and in particular the promotion and tenure process, which really oftentimes prioritizes scholarly production in known formats that oftentimes don't really recognize the importance of other ways of knowing and community engagement. A second one, which is sort of a double-edged sword, I think, this is maybe particular to field studies of natural systems, but is the rapid rise of sensor-based data collection, so the ability to put out a motion-activated camera trap or an automated recording unit that can just sort of gather data in a continuous basis. And it has the potential to be part of this trend of people spending even less time in the field engaging with local residents rather than more. I think that that's a challenging area. And then the third, obviously, is the existing political climate that we have, and associated with that, the reduction in funding opportunities that, from many federal sources that we're facing, in particular for things like engaging with communities. And that brings me back, before I introduce our speakers, to just once again recognizing the importance of the Lewis and Clark Fund as a mechanism that's getting early stage researchers out there to do this field work, and also is really encouraging of a range of different research areas, but really encouraging of engaging with communities and weaving that into the research enterprise. And we heard a good example of that earlier from one of the previous fundees, or at least someone who's mentoring a student like that. And in my own case, I've also had several graduate students of my own who've been fortunate to get Lewis and Clark funding. And again, it's been fundamental on setting them on a trajectory that's been able to do really outstanding research and have that community engagement piece. And so with that, I'll just take a moment to introduce the three speakers in our panel today. The first is Eric Westhoff, who's a PhD candidate from Rice. And Eric's going to lead us off by talking about a really, I think, valuable example of a community-engaged research approach where it represents a meaningful collaboration with an international researcher in Madagascar where the research is happening, along with a local resident in the communities where the research is taking place, and Eric himself. So we'll hear first from Eric. Second and third, the second and third talks that we have are going to be done remotely. They're going to be Zoom-based because the speakers couldn't be here. One of them, Philip Matuka, is a professor of linguistics at University of Yaoundé in Cameroon. And he has a long-running community-based research program with the Nande in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, where together they've been categorizing and making sense of a wealth of cultural practices and knowledge that'll be really interesting to hear about the way that work is done. And finally, completing the last speaker will be Margarita Waihua, an associate professor of sociology and anthropology at University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. And we'll hear from Margarita about an honest and frank appraisal of the complexities and the challenges associated with field ethnography, even when the researcher is a native speaker of the language of the group that she's working with. And so with that, please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Eric Westhoff. Eric.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm coming from Rice University down in Houston, Texas, and so grateful to APS and to all of you for having me and listening to what I have to say. And I'll start off by saying what I have to say is I'm a representative of many people in this, but particularly these two folks here. So Luvu Ratulujanahari and Tuju Merison are the co-authors on the paper that I submitted for this symposium. Luva was a student at the University of Antananarivo in Madagascar when I first met him, and he then graduated and became the field manager for my projects that I'll be talking about today. And Tuju is a local guide who has grown up in the forest that we work in and has worked with me since 2022. And so these two incredible young men each carry, as do I, really unique perspectives and positionalities that we kind of leverage together to kind of reflect on what it means to do scientific field work in service of communities. And the kind of, communities and places that we work, this is a great example of one of them. So this is Maramisa Natural Resources Reserve in eastern Madagascar. It's this incredible rainforest ecosystem that is high in biodiversity, everything from, endemic plants to insects to birds to the lemurs of Madagascar, which many of you are familiar with. And these forests are co-managed by a local Malagasy NGO and 3 community councils known as VOIs locally. And these community councils are run by local members of the community who are helping to manage and dictate how the land is used, how it's protected, how it is preserved and restored. And so when I say that we work here, that is definitely true, and we work in this forest a lot, but we also work here. This is right outside the forest. This is Anevka, the village that we access to enter Maramisa. And so this part of the village, this is actually a pretty built up part of it because this is an area that has gotten a lot of funding and support from the local NGOs. So the red building is an apiary where they are constructing beehives for local honey production. In the distance there, the white buildings are some of the schools, the local primary schools in Anevka and the surrounding communities. You have a bunch of banana plantations on the left, and then the forest way in the background on the hills. And when I was starting my PhD at Rice, I was really interested in, as both an ecologist, studying the interactions between organisms and their environment, but also as a conservation biologist, understanding the applications to conservation, preservation of biodiversity, and specifically restoration. How do forests regrow? How do we restore ecosystem services in these environments? I was really interested in making sure that my work, my research, was really relevant for communities. But I didn't start that way. I started with that intention, but I didn't know anyone at the sites I was working at when I first started. And so as I was prepping to do my first field season in 2022, I was talking with managers over Zoom, very spotty service. You know, I didn't really have a good sense of what the community actually wanted versus the representatives I was talking to. And I remember walking into my first meeting in the days after I arrived in Nevka and asking to meet with community leaders. And they came in, and I, had very, very limited Malagasy language abilities, but I could clearly gather frustration. I could clearly gather frustration, skepticism, and very well do from a community that had worked with foreign, Vaza, white, Western researchers in the past, and had not seen a lot of respect and reciprocity in that process. And so one of the things that I tried to set out to do was, A, have those meetings at the beginning and have those meetings at the end. And this meant meeting with these local VOI leaders, meeting with leaders from the Women's Association, with the Guides Association, even mayors of the local villages, and talking through what I am doing and why I am doing it, and answering some really tough questions. I really value these meetings, not only because I have gotten really nice feedback from folks and really nice support and indications that they feel respected when I ask for these meetings, but also really tough questions and asking me to find ways to provide internet service for the schools or to help fix a local bridge. Something that is really challenging because, while I come with immense privilege as a white American coming into one of the poorest countries in the world, I'm also a student. I'm also a student who, as was discussed, our funding's really limited. So understanding how I can notch in there. And so one of the things that I did was I sought out external funding that was beyond just research funding. And I was able to fund this program, this reforestation program, where we were able to pay parents for an afternoon of their time to help conduct a native plant restoration piece through the VOIs. And in exchange, all the kids' schooling was paid for a year. And that was a program that I did not design. I was able to secure the money and talk about it being used for restoration and education. And then I asked the leadership of the VOIs to come up with the scheme, to come up with the program that would be most beneficial to their communities and most impactful for the people living in and around Marmisa. So that was a really, really special example of working with communities in a very imperfect way, but of a way that felt very gratifying. And that kind of piece of working with these communities, that really gets blown up in microcosm when you're talking about field teams. The people that you spend weeks and months in a damp forest with, studying insects or plants or looking up at lemurs and try to avoid them pooping on you. This is, and so these three, this is a picture of myself, Luva in the middle, and Tuju on the right, recording fruiting of plants above one of our seed traps. And so this was just probably, a few weeks into what would to be a years-long partnership between us. And, for those of you who have gone through fieldwork, that is a very intimate experience. It's an experience where relationships between people develop strong and fast, and some hopefully lasting. And I've been really lucky that they've been lasting in this case. And that's because you are, living in these conditions, braving the cold, braving the rain, braving the leeches in the case of Malagasy rainforests, and working together to conduct this, scientific work that, again, we were looking to make sure that this science was aligned with community interests in forest restoration and ecosystem services. But trying to make sure that translates is really tricky. And so what I found was, talking with my team and really delving into deep conversations about, not just what the goals were, what we were doing, but why we were doing it and what was the value in the work on a scientific level, on an application conservation level, on a community level. And so the next 3 slides, I'm just going to share some kind of takeaways from the pieces that the 3 of us wrote for the paper for this symposium, right? We each had sections that we contributed our own thoughts. And so I want to kind of take away some of the reflections that we were chewing on as we were writing this individually. And so as I was thinking about my work in the forest, one of the things that I really appreciated was this embrace of interdependence. As someone who was going out in the field, and being funded to do so, I wanted to do really well. I wanted to be strong. I wanted to not slip. I wanted to make sure I was collecting data the exact right way. And Lord, that is not perfect. That is really, really hard to do. And when you're working with field teams, especially local field teams, if you ever work in Madagascar, I highly encourage it. Folks are so generous. Malagasy folks are so generous and patient and kind and supportive to the point where you can feel pretty incompetent as a foreigner working in these forests. But understanding that interdependence is a good thing, actually, that this is not a sign of weakness, but it is a sign of shared unity. My team very early on, when I was trying to lug some bags that they really, really want to take themselves, but I insisted no, they were like, stop me, and they said, in Malagasy, they were trying to figure out what it meant in English or French, but they said, Meraina izika. And basically that meant we are united, we are in solidarity, which is a very powerful phrase, and it made me feel uncomfortable in a way because I felt, very out of place and not deserving of that kind of declaration. But it really made me understand that this interdependence is a feature, not a bug. And then making transparency. I asked my team very early, if I'm making a mistake, please tell me. And I think that really went a long way when I was talking to communities, when I was talking to my team, to know that I was trying to lean into humility. Not always perfect. I got frustrated a lot of the time if I was not slower than everyone else hiking up a hill. But leaning into that humility, I think, is really key. Luva really finds himself serving as this bridge, as a Malagasy student who's fluent in French, who has a pretty good handle of English, and who comes from the capital, as kind of this weird interlocutor between communities and foreigners. And he really found, especially as he took on a leadership role in our team, as I hired him as our field manager, he really kind of struggled with managing and being quote unquote the boss of people he really respected, people who were his elders. And what he found was just this need for uplifting others, being intentional, gathering all perspectives and coming to consensus. And he really leaned into that and felt his leadership skills really blossom as he realized that leadership for him was not about directing things, but was about uplifting others, was about bolstering the strengths of the team and of the work. And then Tuju here in this final slide, watching one of our lemurs as we were following it around, looking where it was eating and where it was pooping, was really reflecting of what restoration means, right? So when I was really interested in forest restoration, but what we realized is that the work we were trying to do was restorative on all fronts, environmentally, socially, and trying to give back to the community, and relationally, building relations that are not just transactional, that are not just boss and employee, but are really rooted in social cohesion and friendship and solidarity. And with that, I'd really love to thank you all. In the last few weeks, Madagascar has gone through a lot of changes. There's been major changes in the government, and largely that was due to youth protests over pervasive lack of access to water, to electricity, to education, to healthcare, an incredible show of force from young Malagasy students and youth in general. So there's a lot of unknowns in this country and among these people right now, and I am so grateful to continue to stand with them and see how they take control of a real destiny that they've earned for a long, long time. Thanks so much.
All right, our next speaker will be Philip. And Philip, if you're out there, it's time for you to get going. I think it's going to be Margarita. Margarita, if you're out there, it's time for you to get going.
Oh, okay.
Welcome.
So could I have the slides, please? The PowerPoint? Oh, Phillips is there.
Okay, yeah, yes. Can I see? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Can I start?
Okay.
Jeremy, do you want to give me some guidance on who should go? He can go. Go ahead. Okay. Philip, please take it away.
Okay. Giving back to the speakers of a language, linguistics research in sub-Saharan Africa. Two central ideas that I believe would be most beneficial to research done in sub-Saharan Africa. One, to revise the criterion of endangered language as promoted by funders of such organizations as the ELDP, FER, ELF, to endangered language area, so as to henceforth focus on language areas that run the risk of extinction, irrespective whether they are found in a language with speakers numerically widespread or languages that are truly endangered, following the criteria that had been developed so far. Two, the crucial necessity of sharing the results of research with the speakers of the language, not necessarily in terms of the technical scientific findings, but in terms of contributing to the social upgrading of the local communities that provide the language data. So first, let me speak about the revising the concept of endangered language to endangered language area in future research. In the last 25 years, fund providers have taken as a primary criterion to target languages on the verge of extinction. On the whole, this has led to a rich production of research on hitherto unknown languages. I think particularly on research done in Cameroon on the languages of the Lower Fungom, and also the research done by UNESCO by the anthropologist David Zatlin with the linguistics collaborator Bruce Cornell, and also Roland Kistling of the University of Hamburg has equally pursued extensive research in Cameroonian languages with the German doctoral students. I just wish to let you know that as the local collaborator in this research, I was given the opportunity to visit the research areas of these students and witnessed the cultural manifestations linked to these languages, such as giving a title to a notable, the amount of food prepared at such occasions, and the behavior of the cultural participants in such cultural events. I also had the opportunity of visiting the lake that local people said that it could move and that it was inhabited by the dead people, and that some living people have heard them talk or walk on the water. More generally, I wish to let you know that I published Between Reality and African Wonderland because I wanted it to be a source of untapped cultural phenomena that should be examined in future research, not necessarily by linguists, to explain the phenomena my sociolinguistic students reported as part of their everyday life. Examples of such phenomena are people living under the water, and who sometimes interact with the Bamun people of Fumban, individuals who are able to transform into the animal proxies called totems among the Bamileke, individuals who die and are buried, but who are sighted in a different place among the Bayangi ethnic community of Cameroon, the Mwankun Juju, a mystical spirit among the Bakosi who intervenes to establish justice in cases where no solution related to witchcraft or to the political administration is found, as reported by Kunde Ewanoge. I wish to also let you know that it's during a World Conference in Ibadan, Nigeria, that I was able to witness the interaction of Yoruba speakers with a talking drum. In the evening, Yoruba participants would assemble as a group and would be responding as a team to the message that the drummer was communicating. This was simply amazing. As we all know, Yoruba is not an endangered language, but this communication is a rare event, and it would be worthwhile that its documentation be funded in future research. In Glimpses of African Cultures, I also published a paper by Kalonji and Demolin on the way the Luba of Katanga used drumming to communicate messages during the colonization. Recently, Andrew Bachelder, a doctoral student of Boston University, discovered that Kinande, my native language, is a potential whistling language. He had read a paper during the colonial time where the Konso herders of Uganda used whistling to communicate relatively long-distance messages, which led him to find out whether the Nande, that is, who share the same culture as the Konso of Uganda, ever use whistling to communicate messages. Although Kinande is spoken by more than 2 million people, the Amphil Society did not take this criterion of the number of speakers to reject funding his project on the basis of that single criterion. I believe this is the way to go forward with funding future research. If it's an excellent idea to continue funding languages on the verge of extinction, revising the concept of endangered language to endangered language area would lead fund providers to also consider specific topics worth funding, even if they are found in languages already spoken by the current criteria for targeting endangered languages. Now, giving back to the speakers of a language, illustrations from recent linguistics research on Nande, a Bantu language based on DRC. One strong proposal arising from insights from practices in community-based research from theory to practice around the world by Shannon, Biscoff, and Carmen Jenny has been that when applying for funds, linguistics researchers should make sure that they foresee as part of their budget some funds likely to finance a local project that will feature as a contribution for the linguistics community towards the people who provide the language data. To me, this is the best way of convincing our collaborators that they will ultimately benefit from the fruits of the research, not necessarily in terms of the scientific contents of the research, but for their needs that might help assuage their suffering as a community. Let me illustrate this with a number of accomplishments I've witnessed. A fountain built in the Mambila area with the financial contribution of David Zatlin's UNESCO funds, raising pigs with Jeff Good and Pier Paolo Di Carlo in the Lower Fungom project. The children of the local communities would benefit from the sale of pigs to pay for their school fees. Knowledge creation with terms related to the fight against HIV/AIDS by Ivo Caranta, an anthropologist doctoral student of the University of Torino. That was input for our paper on ethnomethodology among the Lamso of Cameroon. There are other possibilities, like the kind of dictionary that I wrote and in which I included the knowledge of the medicinal plants in the dictionary, or about the funding of the Kinande dictionary. Yeah, I don't have to talk about all this, but students serving as informed eyes on the situation of the language providers, for example, using local bricks for houses and so on. the possibility of a community plot for women so as to plant seeds that will be helping children to pay school fees. This is an idea that I got from a clinical research specialist, Francine Nand of Cameroon. Other ideas would be about fish farming or collaborate with the community and give them ideas. One good example would be the way to reduce traffic jam in Kinshasa. What if the local DRC authorities could implement what is done in the city of Irvine to prevent traffic jam, namely by prohibiting drivers to stop on the side of the road to drop a passenger or give a lift to a passenger? More generally, researchers should act as eye-openers to techniques and strategies used in their own countries as components that led to their development. And they should be able to make useful suggestions on how to implement such strategies in countries where they pursue research. I see the researcher's role more or less like the experience that the Peace Corps volunteers were able to accomplish in the DRC. They were ready to go and live in secluded places in the countryside as English teachers. Now, part of giving back to the community, using the rest of funds not spent on a given research to benefit other projects that lack funding and that are beneficial for the local communities. For example, Jeff Go donated $5,000 for the publication of the Kinandi Dictionary. Roland Kissling donated 2,000 euros for the Kinandi Dictionary, partly in response to fundraising that Prof. Ken Sofia of Rutgers University started to try to find money for publishing the English version of the dictionary. Around 1,000 copies were thus donated free of charge to the local communities, that is the Nande and the Konzo in both DRC and Uganda. While I am aware that academic research does not have to be community-based, a number of features proposed in the CBR by Karen Rice seem to fit perfectly in our future research endeavors. These are among those she lists: the resources of research, financial expertise, and so on are shared with community members, particularly those most affected by the research topic. The research process recognizes and utilizes the expertise that community members have. The research process is driven by values, including empowerment, supportive relationships, social change, learning is an ongoing process, and respect for diversity. The research leaves a legacy, both in terms of the utilization of research results, as well as in the future collaboration among partners. In my long experience as a teacher, researcher, language consultant for Kinande, and a collaborator of various principal investigators who obtained funds to do research in Cameroon, I've been aware that the fund providers, for example, NSF, UNESCO, UNDP, the Italian Mission in Africa, the University of Hamburg, the University of Boston, Cal State University at Fullerton, and hopefully the Lewis Clark Fund for our recent American PhD student, allow financial expenses that directly address the needs of the community that provides the basic data. In my mind, my contribution for this symposium was to briefly list the community projects that some of these funds have helped to achieve, and also show how they can lead to further knowledge creation and cultural documentation of the Nandi and African Bantu language of Eastern DRC. The availability of the Lewis Clark Fund for Research on Kinande as a Whistling language will eventually help obtain also the following data on ethnobotany, tales that contain chain events, laments, cultural data that would elicit the following: how to detect the culprit, blendage, that is a form of protection used in Cameroon, and that the Nande probably used by having children wear a string with a magical knot called engise. Life under the water. This has to do mostly with spirits of ghosts that supposedly live near great falls, as the one of Iwa, rivers, and water fountains. Mystical trips by the so-called cannibalists. The beliefs related to the sorcerer's nocturnal activities, wishes, congratulations, and related ceremonial language. social positioning through linguistic means such as Platon's words of address, cultural ceremonies related to trends, a variety of language-related ceremonies to help document how to detect lies and how to punish liars, how to do the cleansing of an infamy, how to obtain rain, how to protect against the evil eye, how to protect one's field mystically through incantation, more specifically language used in setting a type of scarecrow to scare off thieves from stealing one's field. And also lullabies and other possible song genres, notably the songs found in chant fable that can be learned separately. It's unknown how rich these genres might be. This would be a first attempt to establish them as relevant song genres. Samples of traditional dances with the relevant musical instruments like omunde, amalembo, akasai, endara, and deku in YouTube videos. Adopting the concept of indigenous language area would also enable researchers to tackle topics that are part of the cultural traditions of the sub-Saharan African people, and hopefully find ways to combat what looks evil practices and only retain what is beneficial to them. I have in mind research in the following domains: new cultural features to be addressed because they are part of the community's daily concerns. What if they can be better documented and found out if the application of the findings can benefit the native speakers? Most importantly, target some people who are knowledgeable. Most of the time, they tend to abandon their special knowledge. I think about such people as Iyari, about the knowledge of witchcraft, Silamite, a self-proclaimed prophet who knows a lot about dark practices and is able to reveal hidden knowledge. Example, how evil spirits succeed to win people over and attack them, how young people could manipulate leaves to hypnotize a person and steal their telephones, for example. Also documents so many unexplained events that are part of social life in Cameroon. For example, totems, people rendering themselves invisible. A thorough study of such phenomena is Mankum, as explained in my paper in the Bispo and Jenny book, and which could help fight evil practices in our countries. Attempt to document and explain phenomena that don't lend themselves to Cartesian logic. For example, a banana plant grow and produce bananas within a short period of time, as reported by Guna. There are many other examples that I don't speak about. A strategy that the Ministry of Research and Innovation Cameroon imposes to external researchers to let them involve local researchers. The aim here is to enable local researchers to benefit from external research funds to tackle research topics that might be highly beneficial to their populations. Incidentally, notice that these local researchers would always be a source for explaining contextual features likely to help the Western collaborators make sense of the data they will have collected from the field. In conclusion, given the great power imbalance in accessing research funds from Western fund providers and the need to tackle cultural topics that would be community-based and would ultimately benefit the local communities in future research, the contention of this paper is that the gap can be relatively closed if researchers who benefit from these funds can commit to henceforth act as an eye-opener to the possibility of letting their research in African communities, one, to better document cultural features that run the risk of extinction, irrespective whether the language is classified as endangered or not. Two, find a way to make the local communities benefit from the fruits of their research, but also engaging in research that would be community-based in collaboration with local researchers based in African university institutions. Thank you for your attention. Yes, I'm done.
Thank you so much, Philip. And now we'll hear from our third and final speaker of the panel, Margarita.
Um, okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I would like to ask you for a bit of patience because there will be quite a bit of another language than English in my presentation. So, next slide, please. Miskillatanya runa simita rimanki, sumakta parlakunchis. We speak the Runa language with taste and tone. Therefore, we speak to each other nicely. Nazario's assertion invited me to reflect on my spoken Quechua. I realized that speaking Quechua natively was an advantage to get access to villages while working for public and private institutions, as well as for doing research. However, speaking Quechua natively can preclude the process of understanding the concerns that matter most to villagers. Next slide, please. For example, in the 1980s, it was easy for me to converse or ask questions in Quechua, translate them mentally to Spanish, and write down the translated version on my so-called field notes to make them legible to the principal researcher for whom I was working. My translations were permeated by my own assumptions that I knew and understood what villagers were saying and thinking, but I may have missed most of what villagers were telling me. My assumption that I knew and understood the village social life were based on my knowledge that I speak the language natively. However, while I was doing my doctoral fieldwork in the 2000s, I was made aware of my errors on assuming that I knew or know by a villager who joked about a woman's pregnancy, a joking phrase that I couldn't understand right away. It took me like 2 minutes to get the meaning. In doing my doctoral fieldwork, of course, this time I took notes in Quechua, video recorded conversations whenever possible, and transcribed the recorded conversations. Then I translated my notes and transcriptions to English. So, are my translations better than the ones I did in the 1980s? My translations are still permeated by my own interests and goals. In addition, the transcribed document is already interpreted by the strategy I have chosen to represent the rhythm and intonation of the recorded conversations. Next, please. Translating and interpreting is a difficult task permeated by my own assumptions. For example, that I understood without doubts that villagers were saying, when in fact I may be interpreting the data according to my own aims and the requirements imposed by academia for publishing, or by the requirements imposed by my job position. Let's examine an example. The verb puri is translated to Spanish as viajar by Spanish-speaking people who have access to Quechua as a second language with different levels of fluency. In this translation, the multiple ways in which puri is used get lost, I believe, forever. For instance, you can say, using the same word puri, many things like Alintachu warminta purichishan. Is he treating his wife well? And other examples, please, next slide. Imanaktinta hawallakta wachachakunari mana sakapasin payuhñachu purinko. And why don't you young girls go around with braids anymore? Apuray puriri, manahinaka tardia sunchisri. Hurry up, get going, so we don't become late. alinchu reforma agraria purishan, manacho. Is the agrarian reform going well or not? Depending on the context, the word puri can be used in multiple ways. Yeah? And for the sake of time, I am skipping the issue of here that, for example, puri is a root word. And then we add the suffix y, and when you add the suffix y, can be a verb and can be other things also. Please, next slide. The different uses and meaning of puri become lost in the bilingual dictionaries produced by Spanish speakers and hacendado register. For example, let us consider an exchange between a healthcare worker and a village woman. Ya, mana agnata, mana ima, y después, achkawawa kanka y imainaya kanka, imainata kan uywakwinki, mana wawata agna animal hinachu kanan, solo waka oveja tawa chunka pisca comunya kan humano kenki, igual no kajina, ¿no es cierto? Okay, no like that, no, nothing, no, and after there will be a lot of babies, and what would it be? How will you take care of them? Babies cannot come into being like an animal. Only cows, sheep have 4, 5, 10 offsprings without any care. You are human like me, right? Next slide, please. This register, the Hacendado register, as suggested by Mengen, is regimented to Spanish linguistic and social practices, phonologically, syntactically, lexically, and pragmatically. Considering the narrow translation of puri as viajar, to travel, no, it fits the Spanish verb. Most scholars, local and international, have access to this register. The Spanish regimented overlay that is taught in national and international universities. Students hardly have access to the Quechua spoken by villagers who carry out their everyday life in Quechua from the cradle. Next slide, please. The healthcare spoken Quechua will be evaluated by Quechua-speaking people as Kaku, Kakuyatara Rimayan, a child learning to speak Quechua, or as Hanku Hanku Quechua, Hanku Hanku Tarimayan, a person speaking Quechua without fluency, literally uncooked Quechua, raw Quechua. It is expected that Kaku speakers may learn Quechua fluently, but Hanku Hanku speakers may not. Even those who speak Quechua natively will be tested by villagers, as I was tested in Ocopampa. Please, next slide. Here's an example of an exchange among children playing in the open field next to their home. Kaipita huaykusu, and we will cook here. Papatari, imapita churpusu. What we will put the potatoes in? Mancapia. In a pot, okay? Mihunatachu huaykushaykitches, manachu huaypata hawashankitches. Are you cooking food instead of taking care of the chickens? Next slide, please. My translations and interpretations are percolated by my research interests and the scholarly demands of my field, among other things. Based on ethnographic work, what I present in my published papers are only glimpses of what everyday life looks like in the village and the villagers' relationship with private and state institutions in a Spanish dominant context. Regardless of my access to Quechua, I cannot claim that the knowledge about the villagers are fully objective. They are permeated also by my own alignment with villagers' claims to be considered as people in equal footing while dealing everyday business in the city with Spanish-speaking people. Does it mean that I am a member of the village? No. Please, next slide. Can I claim native expert knowledge? My short answer is that I cannot speak for villagers, and I cannot claim to represent them. In terms of concepts, can I convey Quechua concepts in English language? My short answer is no. Certain concepts, such as the constitution of mountains, as social beings with whom villagers interact, seems very difficult to convey for English speakers. Most of my students can only understand such as things within the frame of religious beliefs, but not as a practical knowledge of the everyday. Next slide, please. Thank you for your attendance. And that is a picture of Ocopampa.
Another round of applause for the panel. We have time for some questions and answers, and before that, maybe I'll just share a few thoughts to maybe spark some ideas, although I'm sure many of you have questions and thoughts to share as well. So a couple of themes that sort of emerged to me from our panelists. One, and maybe a fundamental one, is how important relationships are to meaningful community engagement in the research enterprise. I think that, you know, without those relationships, it's difficult to imagine how meaningful models for community engagement through fieldwork can really take place. But it's also really evident, I think, from all of these talks, how challenging that can be on many levels to really do that. And I think drawing from my own experience, one thing that I think is of basic importance to this is that there's really no substitute for taking the time to build those relationships. There's no easy way to replace actually, you know, taking the time to get to know people and to build relationships of trust and mutual understanding. And I think one thing that we'll see and during this little meeting right here is how challenging it can be to have meaningful conversation with each other, even across disciplinary divides, say like social sciences and natural sciences. Is something that I found that we don't always understand, and we're not always understood exactly what we're saying. And I think that that's amplified even greater when you're, you know, interacting and engaging with people from different cultures, different backgrounds, different ways of knowing and ways of life. But nonetheless, it's fundamentally important to do that, and there's no real way to get around that. And I think, you know, Eric's talk in particular really resonated with me about the challenges of doing that, you know, when in early stage. And I think it's a thing that as a graduate student, I think when you're trying to get your feet under you and get your research going, that's hard enough as an enterprise, and then to do that at the same time as building those relationships is even more challenging, but also really important. And I think these, you know, this philosophy or these attitudes of humility, questioning, and recognizing that it's challenging and that it takes time is a really healthy way to start. Another theme that came out to me is the incredible impact that meaningful engagement with local residents and local researchers can have, and how funding sources and also we as researchers should be dedicating time and resources to developing those relationships. And finally, I also occurred to me just how some similarities and some differences that may exist between doing research and fieldwork in the natural sciences versus in the social sciences, and how complicated and complex it can be, almost another layer when you're, say, doing ethnography, and that's not only part of the practice of field research, but it's also part of the scholarship that you're actually doing. I think adds another layer of complexity to it. So those are just a few of the thoughts that come to my mind, but now we have some time for, some question and answers. I'm sure we all saw in reading about this that the conveners of this meeting are really envisioning this as an opportunity for back and forth and exchange, and now is our opportunity to get the ball rolling with that. So.
Hi, thanks everyone. It's a sort of between a question and a comment, especially for Eric, but maybe for all of us. So I was really struck when you mentioned that people in the community, when they expressed what they wanted, it was like, we want infrastructure, we want internet service, and you're like, I'm just a student. But I would say, like, even if you were, a senior professor, you also probably couldn't get that internet service for them. And I guess the larger sort of, question that this raises for many field workers is the discrepancy between what people want and need and what you see them wanting and needing and what you have to offer. And so often we think about what, you as a field worker might be able to give back in terms of what you manage in your discipline, right? Your professional identity. And so, you say, okay, well, what can I do in the realm of, ecology or whatever field, right? I'm a linguist, so what do I have in linguistic terms to be able to offer? But the importance of kind of bridging that between, maybe what you have is some money for something else, like paying school fees, whether they plant trees or not, you know what I mean? And I just wonder about that, the tension that others experience with that issue between what you are professionally prepared to contribute and what you humanly are prepared to contribute. Does it count less if it's not about field ecology? Or, I'm sorry, I'm not sure exactly how you identify professionally. But anyway, I think you get the idea.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a whole symposium right there. But I would be really curious to hear from my fellow panelists about their perspectives, especially since they're working in more social scientist groundings. So for me, I think I don't have a good answer, but the closest thing I have to a good answer is co-creation, right? And the issue with co-creation, like, this is something I will freely admit, like, my project was not co-created, right? I started as a graduate student, I had a proposal, I got funding for that proposal, and then I started to work with communities and understand how I can align things, right? And that's where where I decided to apply for non-research funding to support that community project that they developed, right? So that approximated co-creation, the fact that I got a pool of money that I was vague about when I was applying for funders what it would be used for, and was successful enough so that then the community itself could make the decision about how it was used. But I think to Jordan's point, co-creation cannot happen from the get-go. Trust needs to be built for a long time. And so having funds like Lewis and Clark, like a bunch of others, that support long-term iterative field work where you're building connections, you're building relationships, and you're building trust that could be broken in little steps, and you need to repair said trust and all of that. Like, that's important. These are not one-offs, and they cannot be one-offs, neither for the success of our research, but also for the success of the partnerships and the benefits to the community. But I'd be really curious to hear from members of the panel as well, who are coming from a very different place than I am.
I'm not sure if Philip or Margarita have something to add to that.
co-creation. Well, that's interesting because for international scholars, going out, I think it's different. First of all, international scholars have the network. Now, although I was also in the global north, I don't have the same wealth of network to look at it. However, since I was a Quechua speaker, in any community, they won't request me a project. That is an advantage for me, but at the same time, they will request other things that I know how to fulfill. Now, which is totally different from projects. Now, it has to do more with everyday life details, and details that maybe for many researchers doesn't count. Now, for example, when I was recording and videotaping, I will videotape weddings, funerals, farm working, and I will put this in sticks. And first I used to put in DVDs, then on sticks, so they can watch them in their homes because they have the technology to watch that in their at home in their villages. So it's different demands. And since I have worked before, going to deciding to do doctoral studies, I have worked a lot with projects. And I prefer not to do that because since villagers have another level of relationship with me, they will tell me many of them will be disappointed with certain results of the project. So I have literally walked away from that. So I don't know if this is good or bad, or neutral, or I believe there is gray areas now, and about which I don't have any answer. Rather, I have doubts.
Thank you, Margarita. Thank you, Margarita. Philip, do you have anything to add? Okay. Before we go to the next question, I'm just going to briefly add my own 2 cents about that. So my own experience is that after completing my PhD, I ended up moving down to Ecuador and doing field work. And I started from a very, I brought in field assistants from the United States and Europe to do the research, and it was very much of sort of a, extractive research method. But I ended up living down there full-time for 5 or 6 years, really embedded in the area where I was doing the work in northwest Ecuador. And during that time, I had the great fortune to, establish these relationships with local residents. And, over time, that has become sort of the unquestioning North Star in my professional and in many ways my personal trajectory as well. And so that's led to the establishment of a Ecuadorian NGO that now has a reserve and employs a few dozen local residents on a range of projects that range from, sort of ecological research type projects through to much more locally oriented social and socioeconomic projects like youth club, a women's art cooperative, agroforestry projects, water quality projects, et cetera, that in many ways are responding to the needs of the local residents. So I do think that it is possible in some ways to do that, but it takes a real commitment and time. And it's been 25 years now that we've been working full time in that area, and it's really on the back of the local residents that I initially started working with so long ago that have moved into, that have played a leadership role throughout, that have really moved that forward.
Oh, she's got one next.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question on behalf of my colleague, Christopher Roy. This is for Eric. So given the international press coverage of the last 2 weeks or so, which is focused almost exclusively on Tana, how might we reimagine local conservation efforts, or what is the role of the post-coup state in such a project?
So I am not going to take a stance of I am a Malagasy political expert, because I am certainly not. What I will say is I think there are very clear parallels between the youth movement protests that have been going on the last month in Antananarivo, Tana, that's the capital city where most of these have been centered, though there have been other large cities as well, and what I was hearing from communities locally. And it's that the environment matters, and people do very deeply care about their local environments, especially rural Malagasy folks who rely on so much of the forests. There is a deep, deep need for livelihood improvement. And so for me, what I always lean towards, especially in the Madagascar context, but more widely, is localized management and localized control. I've been very, very blessed to work in a community-managed forest, which is a different model than a lot of forests in Madagascar, many of which are run by the National Park Service there, which is a quasi-government organization, or run by international NGOs like World Wildlife Fund, Conservation International, name your well-known name. And so I was really fortunate to spend my PhD working in these forests that were intentionally managed, co-managed by a local Malagasy NGO and community councils. And that's a model that's growing in Madagascar, but it's not growing fast enough. And the reason why I like that model, and I support that model, is number one, I think it has the potential to be more effective. The actual evidence of effectiveness of forest loss or on hunting and poaching and things like that is pretty mixed, both in Madagascar and more widely. But more importantly, I just think it's more just. And so thinking about what the future looks like, both in Madagascar and more broadly, I see myself as a Global North researcher, and I would hope that Global North institutions that have the resources and money, I know it's all limited, but have far more resources and money than these localized ones in Madagascar and across the Global South, that they are pooling resources for locally led work. And locally managed sites, locally managed projects, things like that. One of the great things about Madagascar is that for the past 30 plus years, foreign researchers are required to be paired with Malagasy students when they're working in the country. This is for permitting, this is a very, very important piece. And what it means is that Madagascar, while being one of the poorest nations in the world, really punches above its weight when it comes to academic prowess, the caliber of the students, the caliber of the training of the scientists. But there are very few local jobs in those fields, in the environment. And so finding ways to fund and support people on the ground, especially people local to their communities, not just people from a capital city working somewhere, but really, really localized management, I think is going to be crucial. That is a lot easier said than done. I'm coming at this from a guy in his 20s who spent, some time there, but I think that's what's going to be important, not only in Madagascar, but across these biodiverse, rich places that are facing a lot of crises, but I think a lot of opportunity as well.
Thanks so much. So a theme that has sort of gone through all three talks today under this theme of communities is language. I think that, Eric, you talked about language sort of implicitly as something that was part of your work as you were learning to interact with your team. And I think everybody on the panel, some more directly than others, brought up the importance of language, both in sometimes studying the language, but also interacting with the community that you're working with. And I was hoping you guys might be able to comment on that aspect, the importance of communicating with the communities that you're working with in the language that they use. How, for example, like when I do my field work in Jamaica, and like, you know, for me it's kind of sometimes weird to be like speaking patois, you know? So I think I'm very curious to know what your thoughts are on both respecting the language of the people that you're working with, and then also being able to learn it and communicate in that, because language learning is sometimes a slow process.
I certainly have thoughts, but I'm going to push it to my colleagues on Zoom, especially because I'm happy to chat about any of these topics afterward as well, and I definitely have more access to the audience than they do, so definitely want to hear from them.
I think Philip can hear better if we use the laptop mic.
Philip
Okay.
and Margarita, you go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Philip, would it be helpful if I repeat the question?
The part that I got it was the person was doing field work in Jamaica, right?
Yeah, the question, if I can paraphrase the question, and Imbar, please let me know if I get this right or not. It was just about the fundamental importance of language when we're doing field work, and particularly engaging with communities, and how that's a theme that seemed to, you know, run throughout all of the different talks, but sometimes that can be challenging. So just any reflections or thoughts that you have about either the importance and or the challenges of language when you're communicating across, you know, different languages.
Okay. First of all, in my experience and sharing with my cohort, to speak the language from my perspective is key. And I am still learning English, never ends. Sometimes, guys, you change the lingo, so I have to, what is going on here? Especially teaching students. So the same goes for people who are doing field work. Regardless if you are doing field work, like from my perspective, let's say 2 years or 10 years, but speaking the language for me is key. For any research who is doing field work, particularly in the areas of anthropology and sociology, even doing field work, for example, about medicinal plants or biodiversity in the rainforest. How we can understand the different names of the plants and the different uses of the parts of the plants and the relationship with the people if we don't speak the language. I cannot find how we can understand, how we can get there. Will be translators enough? I don't think so, because translators are not culturally neutral. Even myself, as a native speaker, I am not a cultural neutral. I go to the field with my baggage of beliefs, certain values, certain ideas, certain ideologies. And I believe to all of us that happens. So trying to speak the language and learn the language seems to me very important. It's not only an issue of respecting, no, it's We want to create meaningful relationship with the people we are working with and trying to create collaborative work. I think without learning the language, I have no idea how we can really create meaningful relationships. And a good example of that I have of really meaningful relationship that a scholar has built that I highly applaud and recognize her is Laura Rival. For her, it was a challenge to learn Waorani in the rainforest in Ecuador, and she learned it. And she did something nobody else have done at that time in Ecuador when I was a student. So that, for me, was an example of how really she was taking care of the interests of the Waorani people with all the risk she later went on, within academia, because academia has their own demands, and we usually submit to that demands. Myself, for the sake of keeping the job. That is the truth.
Thank you, Margarita. Philip, do you have anything to share?
Yes, I can hear you.
Would it be helpful for me to repeat the question again?
Yes. Could you repeat it?
Yeah, the question had to do with language. It's a theme that permeated all three of the presentations today. And some of the speakers are studying language, other ones are, engaging with it and navigating it. Can you just speak about your thoughts about some of the challenges and the importance of communicating across different languages in the work that you're doing?
Actually, for us, maybe as linguists, and it depends upon the kind of research that you're doing. There are people who are interested, in the syntax of the language, that is the form of the sentences, or in the phonology of the language, that is about the sounds in the language. Well, you don't have to know the language, but you can record the language, you can hear the language, and you will, analyze what you have recorded. So it's not that much about the content of what is said when you do syntax or phonology. And so people, principal investigators who've been working with me, when they come to Cameroon, or my recent student from Boston University, when he came to work on my language, he's a linguist. So we prepared, sentences in English that I would translate into Kinande, and that we had those sentences, pronounced by the native speakers, by the Nande speakers. That was sufficient. In other words, we could be able, to analyze those sentences, the tones, different aspects of the language that are interesting, that are of interest for a phonologist or for a syntactician. Yeah. So, well, that's what I can say about, interacting, let's say, with native speakers. We always need, someone who can be a go-between, let's say, the person from whom we get the data and the linguist. Yeah, maybe something else that I can say is that, for example, you can see that in the United States, most professors usually take advantage of us students. When I was a student, at least, of us students coming from Africa when we go to American universities. So it's an opportunity for them to do some kind of local field work with us, where we would be, giving data from our languages. That is, would speak the language, they would hear, they would try to analyze the language. And I can say that, for example, in my case, a lot of work has been done through analyzing the kind of Kinande that I speak. And also, it has been very, very fruitful. So that's what I can say about that.
Okay, well, thank you, Philip. And I think we'll close this first session now. So please join me in thanking all of the speakers once again.
So now we can take a break. There's some coffee in the room to the right. There's some soft drinks and snacks in the back here. My colleague, Allison Cato and Kim Guinta are both at the press table right now. And if anyone's interested in recording a 2 or 3 minute lightning talk, Allison will be in the room to the left outside, so across from the coffee. And we'll come back in about half an hour.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Alan Covey, and I am an anthropological archaeologist at the University of Texas. I want to introduce kind of where I'm coming from, which is adjacent to and maybe a little different from some of the participants in our next panel. And the panel is Models for the Future. And in some ways, I struggled a little bit because it's a conference on the future, and these are the models for the future. And there's so much overlap in some of the themes that I think recur from the panel that we've just seen, and that we're going to be hearing about in some of our future panels. So, community-based research, engaged research, collaborative research. These are things that are really important to my colleagues who are going to be speaking shortly. And what I wanted to lean into a little bit at the outset is some of that place of the researcher at this nexus between this world of academic expectations and the world of community expectations. We've seen heard some really powerful points about the difficulty of traversing across that, the challenges of engaging with communities that have a whole other set of concerns. If you come in and say, what would you like from us? Having communities saying, we need healthcare. We're worried about climatic issues. We're worried about development opportunities, things that might be very difficult for researchers to engage with, certainly in the short term, and especially for early career research. And I want to kind of lean into the fact, because the Lewis and Clark Fund is so important for supporting early career research, to point out the kind of special maybe burdens, opportunities, and costs that early career researchers doing fieldwork carry into the 21st century, that this is the generation that is going to be the most influential in defining what fieldwork looks like as we move forward into the future. So I wanted to just talk about some of the things that we've seen in the panel on community, build on that to say, what are some of the implications of these public-facing, community-engaged approaches when it comes to methods? So how do you choose to work? When it comes to the social considerations, what's the relationship of the researcher within that broader constellation of contacts? And then the technologies that might be brought to bear, with the positive sides of that and some of the potential drawbacks. We've already heard in the last panel of the benefits of automatic monitoring and data collection, and then the potential drawback of taking people out of the field and losing some of the human aspect of data collection. So we're going to hear a lot of these things with our speakers in this section. I wanted to talk just from the place of archaeology to make a couple of points about, as we talk about the future of research, recognizing that research carries forward legacies of the past. Being in an institution that dates back to the Enlightenment gives us a kind of powerful place, especially for a field like archaeology, to say that the research that we do, some of the basic field methods, when we dig stratigraphically, we don't dig so differently than Thomas Jefferson did. And yet we are trying to dig with different purpose. And I think for some of our presenters, with the question of when should we dig, knowing that it disrupts and it destroys. So thinking about archaeology being a practice that when we go back a few centuries, we think of it as extractive, a term that came up in the last panel. We think of it as something that is in a model, increasingly Western model, of going out into the non-Western parts of the world and taking something from them, bringing it back, putting it into order as part of also a process of trying to put the world in that sort of order and under a Western dominion. And so the idea of archaeology being going through a phase of antiquarian collecting, where the first part of the acquisition process was almost the object as metaphor. So saying we want this thing, it represents a story or a culture or a part of the world, whether or not even the information is accurate. If you go into museums that have early collections, a lot of times the culture name or where it comes from is mislabeled. But that next phase of the work for Western archaeology as we pass through the Enlightenment is the taxonomy of that. Taking the antiquarian collections and giving them names, giving them dates, putting them into a natural science order that then in the 19th century, we see helping to morph into the disciplinary lanes that both guide us in what we do, but as we've heard in our last panel, create some obstacles in how we might talk to people that are doing adjacent kinds of research. So when we think about archaeology, there's this period of seeing the work as going out into the unknown, acquiring collections, bringing them back. As we move into the late 20th century in my field, we move into a more, the field research as model. So collecting data to kind of put people in their environment, to create a sense of evolutionary change over time, to tell bigger and maybe comparative, commonly human stories across space and time. And so this was a different sort of task that anthropologists started to do, but it was one that they didn't really do with very much input from local people. So the idea that you could still go out, you might hire a local crew, but you wouldn't necessarily, you weren't rewarded for treating the local crew as collaborators. Even when I went to the field, I think one of the things that's really both wonderful and sort of tragic at being at an event like this with a lot of early career researchers is for me the feeling of regret, having been in the field long enough to have started with a different set of expectations. So to have gone out in my early career, not well enough prepared with the language, not well enough prepared to have a model of community engagement, having been trained by advisors who are great scientists and really thoughtful and empathetic people, but didn't see the importance of collecting oral histories or asking local people what they might want from the project. And that's kind of where the more recent work in the field has moved toward, is models that aren't just socio-ecological, but models of doing science and doing field work. And I think that's something that we've already heard today, is how does the researcher put themselves into the work of doing research? And so some of the, and that can be a, I think archaeology we've seen a lot of growth from people saying, well, I'm just gonna go talk to the community. And now I think people realize communities are really complicated and dynamic collections of people. Communities don't act always in the same way or with the same goals. And the goals of the community might sometimes be to not have any archaeologists there. I think in the era of repatriation, that's been one of the things that has been forced on archaeologists, that the generation now coming into the field embraces, is the idea that maybe not doing archaeology is sometimes the best answer for how to engage with communities. And so I wanted to talk just in terms of both the sense of, oh, and I realized I was looking in the wrong place for the camera. Let me wrap up quickly with just a sense that another aspect of the change in archaeology that's happened recently, that I think is a theme that's going to resonate with some of our speakers, is the proliferation of research to a point of just mass production of knowledge. Probably close to 50% of what's been published in archaeology has come out in the last 10 years. And then a major shift in early career research away from field work, because it's become riskier in terms of the kind of science that it seems to do. There's a huge startup cost, there's the risk of failure, the ability to produce the publication products that are needed to start a career. It's a lot easier to work with the kinds of collections that a few centuries of archaeology have accumulated in museums and deposits and in archives. And so seeing a shift as part of this, preparing for this conference, I reviewed about 1,400 National Science Foundation dissertation grants since the 1980s. And you see a shift from basic fieldwork, excavation, and survey being about 60% of the research in the late 80s. It's about 25% today. And so the question of how people get out into the field, knowing that it's a risky thing to be in the field as an early career researcher. It's really hard to go and build your own thing. And you might run the risk if you build something on someone else's territory, if you go into your advisor's research area, or if you depend on other people's infrastructure to get things going. And so from that place of sort of precarity and opportunity, I wanted to introduce our three speakers. We have Danielle Schmidt, who is a PhD candidate in the Joint Departments of Sociology and Community and Environmental Sociology at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. She's a mixed methodologist who combines ethnography and spatial analysis, who conducts work at the intersection of rural and environmental sociology. Her current projects examine land tenure transitions, the well-being of agricultural workers, and rural livability. And she'll be presenting on work that she's doing collaboratively in northeastern Montana. Dr. Asil Yaman is a PhD in classical archaeology, who's recently held a postdoctoral position at the University of Pennsylvania. He's currently a faculty member in the Department of Theology and Religious Studies at Villanova University. And he's going to be talking, after 20 years of archaeological research in the Eastern Mediterranean, talking about his community-engaged project at the site of Phoenix in Turkey, the Phoenix Archaeological Project, which is a multidisciplinary community-engaged project studying the ancient city of Phoenix. And our third speaker is Dr. Jacqueline Fitzgerald, who received her PhD in plant biology and conservation at Northwestern University and the Chicago Botanic Garden. She's currently a visiting assistant professor of biology at Williams College. She's an ecologist whose research focuses on patterns of within-species variation and how the consequences of any such variation scales to higher order ecological processes, and she works in the Rocky Mountains primarily with bumblebees. So if you'll join me in welcoming Danielle Schmidt to the stage, we'll start off with our first presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Covey, for that warm introduction and for orienting us all to this very exciting panel we have today. In my time here on the panel, I would like to offer just a very brief overview of a paper I've tentatively entitled Leaving Cowboy Ethnography in the Dust and Advancing the Practice of Collaborative Ethnography. This paper is co-authored with Dr. Catherine Curtis, my advisor, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but is tuned in remotely. Among ethnographers and other qualitative social scientists, there is a villain, sometimes referred to as the cowboy ethnographer. The cowboy ethnographer is a brave and coded male researcher who gallantly risks his safety by traversing foreign lands to extract knowledge from socially or spatially distant societies and returns to campus with a tale that supposedly advances our scientific understanding of these peoples and places. Ethnography emerged from its armchair roots to a field-based practice of participant observation in the late 19th century, and pretty much ever since then has been the object of critique for its centering of the researcher at the expense of study populations, for exploiting host communities and participants, and for an absence of critical reflexivity that renders it both analytically and ethically lacking. And I'll just be frank that these critiques, the ones motivating the rebuke of the cowboy ethnographer, are ones that Catherine and I wholeheartedly agree with. And yet, we find the terminology itself troubling. To call this poor methodological practice cowboy ethnography is to rely on a classist language that marginalizes an actual social group by fictionalizing, reinforcing a fictionalized narrative of what it is to be a cowboy, one that disparages rural Western people who work with cattle. In this paper, while simultaneously upholding the merits of the cowboy ethnographer critique, we argue the language of it is inappropriate and the characterization is inaccurate anyway. In our case study research with cattle producers in northeastern Montana, we find that it's actually collaboration that's what's essential for maintaining the real cowboy lifestyle. And we find that our research participants expect collaboration in the data collection process as well. Approaching the case with a cowboy ethnographer mentality is simply unacceptable, let alone effective in this cultural context. Thus began our own foray into collaborative ethnography. Collaborative ethnographic practices stand in contrast to cowboy, or what we might plainly call exploitative ethnography, in that it's rooted in the principle that researchers ought to continually be striving to meet their ethical and scientific obligations to participants, acknowledging that study participants are co-producers of knowledge, not merely data points to be extracted. And while collaborative ethnography is certainly not a new idea, we came to write this paper because in our own experience of putting collaborative ethnographic tools into practice, we were met with some hang-ups around the practical logistics of doing this method. We also found limited guidance for a multifaceted collaborations that include not only the researcher and the study participant, but collaborations between two researchers. Thus, in a similar collaborative spirit, in this paper, we share 4 lessons we've learned so far from a collaborative ethnography of cowboys. In my remaining time, I'll give a brief teaser of each lesson before concluding with a final point about what we think collaborative ethnography can offer for any field-based research methodology. And with that, lesson 1, blonde cop, blonde cop. In this lesson, we discuss what we've learned from our experience of joint interviewing across an academic hierarchy of a professor and student, and across a localized hierarchy as an insider and outsider to the community. We offer some candid accounts of how especially our early interviews felt unbalanced in our standings with participants. A favorite example of mine comes from an early interview, one of the first that Catherine and I did together. And on our way to the participants' ranch, we had agreed that I would take lead in the interview, but the participant had a bit of a different idea. Over the course of our 3+ hour oral history, the participant addressed Catherine by name 21 times and not once mentioned me by my name. And as you can see by the handful of snippets I have on the screen, this was not entirely an uncommon experience. Participants frequently defaulted to Catherine as the more legitimate researcher of our duo, as an insider and as the one who holds a higher professional status. And this experience can be daunting, if not discouraging, especially for the one on the outside and for the student who's conducting this research with her major professor. But over time, we learned to adjust our strategy by being realistic. In our experience, we found that embracing this sort of imbalance improves data quality and expanded our ability to navigate the field. By leveraging our varied standings within the community, we can draw out different perspectives of the case. And as individuals, we can resonate with participants in unique ways. In an interview later on in our project journey, we encountered another participant who clearly understood Catherine as the more legitimate party, even turning her chair away from the both of us to instead just focusing directly on Catherine. And this time, though, the interview went a little better because Catherine and I both immediately recognized what was happening and accepted the participant's comfort level in engaging with, in this case, a fellow insider. Instead of competing for legitimacy on this ground of across a hierarchy, I positioned myself to engage with other participants on the periphery of the interview. I interjected with clearly outsider questions that are foundational to our project but difficult to ask when trying to maintain an insider legitimacy. And I took the opportunity to engage more deliberately with participant observation without myself being as observed in this context. In this way, a good cop, bad cop, or blonde cop, blonde cop collaboration elevated our data collection experience. In lesson 2, come right along with me, literally, we outlined how our presence in the field increased participant willingness and shaped the interview process. However, there are some practical challenges of field-based data collection, particularly around access in rural and remote regions like our study site. This method requires significant resources that, with the realities of academic positions and today's complicated funding landscapes, make time in the field less than what we would want it to be. In this lesson, we explain how cultivating relationships outside of the time in the field enhances the time we do have in the field. And we give concrete examples of the ways we had to be a little creative when things didn't quite go according to plan. Continuing to engage with participants as co-producers of data throughout an extended research period is part of what maintains our connection to the field, whether we're there or not. It's the ongoing multi-year collaborations with local participants that support the continuation of our research, and let's be honest, what makes it possible in the first place. Lesson 3, all in the family. In this lesson, we discuss group interviews, which in our case were typically with family units. Interviewing in group settings accentuates multiple perspectives that may otherwise never come to light. For example, the excerpt I have on the screen comes from an interview we did with a married couple. And at one point during the interview, the wife asked if she could ask her own question. When did you switch from Herefords to Black Angus, and why? On the face of it, this isn't something that was particularly aligned with our own questioning, but in this exchange, we find an honest reflection on how market dynamics change the day-to-day operations of cattle producers, a topic, in fact, very central to our research. While this specific example here is relatively unremarkable, as you might imagine, one of the challenges with interviewing families is that things can sometimes get a little out of hand. Interviews may get off track, dominant voices can overpower some softer ones. And we find this highlights the need for collaborative methods all the more, especially between researchers who can tag team or disperse to accommodate larger groups. We also find to maintain these group exchanges as legitimate collaborations is all the more critical to attend to matters of consent, to ensure willingness to participate is earnest and not coerced by, for example, a well-meaning family member. Our final lesson is lesson 4. Professors, don't let your grad students grow up to be exploitative ethnographic cowboys. In this final lesson, we discuss how modeling collaboration through research practice is a pedagogical tool that can better science in the short and long term. However, it's important to be realistic in acknowledging that this model demands significant investment from both the advisor and the student. And this investment, of course, extends beyond the student-professor relationship. Ethnography itself is an inherently collaborative method. Across all 4 lessons, we highlight how making this collaboration explicit brings to the fore the obligations we have as researchers, what we owe to our study participants and communities, to our colleagues, and to science as practice. These obligations are not unique to ethnographers or even field researchers, but the experience of collaborative ethnography, where the co-production of knowledge is baked into the method, has much to offer in elucidating a better way forward towards collaborative science more broadly. Collaboration reinforces community and collegial partnerships that advance science. In our project, we find evidence that collaborative science practices yield analytically richer data that uphold ethical standards, and of course that the two are mutually informative. Thus, while we may name this collaborative ethnography or collaborative science, we ought to move towards a future where the collaboration is not demarcated, it's simply just part of what the science is. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Danielle. We're going to move on to Dr. Asilyawan. I'm sorry, I blanked on you, who's going to present on his collaborative interdisciplinary research at Phoenix in Turkey. So.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for introduction, and I want to thank Linda and all organizers in APS. This is great to be here. I'm so happy. And today I'm going to talk about Phoenix, archaeological site, and what we do in Phoenix, what we try, actually. And I will start with the location. So Phoenix is located in southwestern Asia Minor, right across from the island of Rhodos. It's such an inspiring landscape, by the way. Even though it's geographically close to the Rhodian coast, it has always belonged to the mainland Carian region, ancient Caria, attached to the Anatolia. Today it's part of Muğla province in Turkey. So the site sits on the Bozburun Peninsula. It's a rugged and mountainous landscape that still feels untouched. its main harbor, Serche Bay, played a key role in ancient trade and communication across the Aegean. So what makes this beautiful peninsula remarkable is what we call a Chersonesian culture. It means peninsula in ancient Greek. So a peninsula-based communities, they shared their own economic, political, and religious traditions since the early Iron Age, let's say the 8th century BCE. And within this network, Phoenix stands out as one of the best preserved rural settlements in Mediterranean, possibly. And what is fascinating is it was never fully abandoned. Life continued here for centuries and still does today in the nearby village of Taşlıca. I will show you Taşlıca. So this continuity gives us a rare chance to study everyday life from antiquity to the present day. You can smell, you can touch the tradition. So this is our cultural geography. It's a dramatic cultural landscape, you know, where steep mountains meet the sea, shaping how people built, farmed, and lived for thousands of years. Very briefly, Phoenix is important not only because of its ancient buildings, iconic buildings, but also because it shows a deep balance between people and nature. So this steep side and mountainous landscape organized with terraced and fields, and there are many water systems, rock cut cisterns, sacred areas, you know, traditional pathways that together form one of the most complete and sustainable cultural landscape in the Aegean. Life here was built on self-sufficiency. People used rainwater, they collected rainwater, and they had a, you know, kind of micro solutions we see here, because the microecological system gives us early examples of local, small-scale sustainability that speaks directly to the challenges we face today. So there are many lessons. And not just an archaeological site, is a living model of how ancient knowledge and community values can guide more sustainable futures. I'm going to show you, yeah, this is the importance part. I think this is the longer version of my presentation, yes. This is a general map. Since 2021, our field surveys at Phoenix have revealed a remarkably complex rural landscape. So as you can see here, we have identified major public spaces like Agora, the marketplace, acropolises, and extensive cemeteries, necropolises that cover the entire territory. And across the valleys, you see the green dots here, we documented more than 70 ancient farmsteads and agricultural terraces, ancient agricultural terraces that complete the picture of everyday rural life. What's especially exciting is the presence of at least 8 sacred spaces dedicated to Greek deities such as Zeus, Athena, Apollo, Aphrodite, Dionysus, a Cretan goddess, Ilithia specifically. She was the goddess of midwifery and childbirth. It is so interesting that shows the cultural connections with the Aegean islands, Greek islands, and also the existence of Kybele cult actually marks this also. So all of this you see here, that Phoenix was not an isolated settlement, but it's a multi-layered, multicultural landscape. And during the Iron Age, especially in the Hellenistic period, let's say 4th century BCE, it's specialized in agricultural goods like almonds, olives, and wine, so-called Rhodian wine, actually produced here. So briefly, there are many buildings, so it is a longer version of my presentation. This is the Acropolis. We have 2 Acropolis in total. This is one of the fertile plains in the region, covered with the almond trees and olive trees. This is Kaleda, another Acropolis. We have 2 Acropolises that see everywhere in the region. I'm skipping fastly. Yeah, this is one of our sacred space, Apollo Sanctuary. Kübele Open Air Peak Sanctuary. It's a 2,600-year-old one. It's directed to east. Yeah, some unique burial elements like step base, pyramidal tombs from Hellenistic period shows the cultural identity, the peninsula culture specifically we have. So this is a family cemetery from Hellenistic period. And the diagram you see, we have more than 70 farmsteads in total. I think this is one of the rare examples in Mediterranean. Yeah. So you see 2,600-year-old agricultural terraces, people still using them. And our hydroarchaeological research showed that the whole area covered with rock-cut cisterns and kind of water management. They collected rainwater during the winter time and use it in summertime. They still practice it. Actually, the locals in Taşlıca, they clean the rock-cut cisterns and water the animals today. Oh, sorry. It's very hard to summarize what we have, but in the medieval period, we discovered more than 15 churches, and there were active community that continued this rural tradition. And of course, the Ottoman heritage, important because the Ottomans also continued this tradition in the region. We have 2 windmills still actually standing there. And this is the Taşlıca village, let's say modern Taşlıca village near the Phoenix. This is Auntie Fatma, she's selling almonds in the region still. Yes, it's very hard to summarize in Taşlıca, but people still live in a traditional life. There are wild horses, goats everywhere, just like a Sicilian territory. And they practice some ancient agricultural practices like 2-field system. They name it kapı. They actually separate the region into 2. They actually leave the animal in one side and make the agriculture other side, and they switch it to make the soil fertile. So this is area actually ecologically important too. We identified more than 27 new fig types in the region, undocumented one. So it's culturally important, but also ecologically super important. And this heritage, unfortunately, under danger right now. There are looting, illegal excavations happening, and we try not only to research, but preserve the landscape. So what we see here, the micro solutions, I'm going to be fast. So some agricultural practices, land use, terracing, some 2-field systems, adaptation of architecture, reusing the buildings throughout the ages. Just skipping. They were saving the soil through terracing. They reused the buildings again and again. So now what we have seen, how ancient Phoenix sustained itself, I would like to share what we are doing today through the Phoenix Archaeological Project. So since 2021, our work has reflected the same self-sufficient, resilient, and sustainable nature that once defined the ancient site. But I want to remind you that our goal is not just to uncover the past, but to understand how people adapted, produced, and lived in balance with their environment. And they carry that knowledge into the future. So PAP is eco-friendly, multidisciplinary project. We use non-invasive and low-impact methods to study and preserve the landscape while protecting its natural ecology. So our research, you can visit our website, brings archaeology, architecture, geology, history, gastronomy, and other biological research also ongoing in the same time. So more than 30 people from 6 different countries working in this project. So I thank whole team. They are doing a great job, and all connected through community engagement. So we work closely with the people of Taşlıca. They are the local experts and volunteers to keep the cultural memory alive. So ultimately, PAP aims to build a new model for sustainable archaeology, one that protects the land, honors the local tradition, and passes on the 2,600-year-old story of Phoenix to future generations. Of course, we survey the land, pedestrian surveys, and many things, but I want to show you that there's a theoretical background of our work. So entanglement, we try to see the interdependencies between the human and material culture and human and nature, and all of them, they are entangled. So everything is connected here. So it's like a living laboratory for us. And we believe that how we do archaeology is just as important as what we study. And our field practices are guided by an ethical action plan focused on care, conservation, and sustainability, not only for today, but for future generations. So it's our, basically, responsibility. So you see some pictures from the field work. But I want to remind you, instead of large-scale excavations, we use mostly digital recording, mapping, and surface analysis to understand how people interacted with their environment. And when we look at our practice, the methodology, so our fieldwork combines traditional archaeological techniques like intensive surveys and the locus lot system with advanced tools such as drone mapping, GPS, and orthophotos. We also use the LiDAR scanning too. So I'm going to show you some pictures, and I thank our mapping engineer, Serhat. He's very dedicated to it, doing a great job. And I have some videos, but they're not videos, they're not Google pictures, they're models. Actually, they're millions of cloud points you see, they are all coordinated. So we also created a digital database to collect everything, and every member of the project can join and add some details. And Phoenix Archaeological Research Center in the town, we actually transformed this space. It was a former elementary school. Now it's a research center, but it's not just research. It's a public space for everyone. We have public events. We educate the local children there, and have some events like gastro events. Let me show you some pictures. So this is where, this is the place, and this is where the theory meets practice, actually. So we had 2 gastro workshops here, and it was so nice to see it. I'm completing. So I want to thank all our supporters, and thank you.
Right, Thank you. And our third speaker is Dr. Jacqueline Fitzgerald, and she's going to talk to us about the value of field notes.
Thank you for the introduction. So, my name's Jackie, and I'm currently a visiting assistant professor of biology at Williams College, and I'm excited to talk with you all today about field notes. And so to get us started, I'd like to take us out to the Rockies in the spring. So here we are in the East River Valley of Colorado with Gothic Mountain, whoops. There we go, Gothic Mountain on the left. And this is a view from a field site named Frog's Pond. And throughout the winter, the valley has been blanketed in meters of snow. And as the spring begins to arrive, snow is melting, animals are beginning to wake up from hibernation, and flowers are beginning to bloom. And bumblebee queens are beginning to emerge from winter diapause. So this is a Bombus bifarius queen visiting Mertensia fusiformis, or dwarf bluebells. And on the 11th of May in 2015, an interaction just like this one became the first foraging observation in what has become a decade-long bee monitoring effort. And this effort was founded by Jane Ogilvy, who at the time was a postdoctoral researcher and for many years the sole contributor to this project. And Jane recorded observations of bumblebees and counts of floral resources in dozens of identical Write in the Rain notebooks. And she chose these small flip-top notebooks because they could be easily held in one hand for ease of use in the field. Bumblebees are fast and flighty. You need to be able to be quick in order to record their behavior. And so Jane developed a personal shorthand. Some are fairly standard. Bee species names are shortened, Biff for bifarius, Flav for flavorfrons, and so on. And floral names are initialized. MEFU, or Mifu for Mertensia fusiformis. And other shorthand is uniquely Jane's. So for example, a circle with 2 lines through it indicates a bumblebee queen was nest searching in an area of medium floral density. The more lines, the more dense the flowers. And so initially, no one besides Jane would need to interpret her shorthand or record observations, and so these symbols were useful. They saved time and space and effort, but they also created this sense of privacy and crypticness. Only Jane could decipher her notes. Oh, there it is. And as the project continued and grew, new collaborators and students began to join the team and data began to compile. So here what we're looking at is kernel density curves of the abundance of different bumblebee castes, queens, workers, and males throughout the season. And by 2022, multiple individuals, including myself, were both recording and entering data. And in order to decode her notebooks, Jane created this translation key on how to decipher her field notes into a more standard and analyzable format. And as this project has entered into its second decade, the team now uses pre-formatted data sheets, and there are more ritualized protocols for more consistent record keeping. There's a greater emphasis on uniformity and efficiency. And yet the project is also now collecting less information. There are no longer contextual details about nest searching, floral density, etc. Jane's annotations and symbols held part of her personal relationship with the bumblebees and the field sites because they reflect how Jane understands and categorizes the world. And these notes were initially not meant for anyone else, much like most field notes. Annotations on data sheets, journal entries on field trips, and drawings in the margins are largely personal records. They're instruments for capturing observations and reflecting on data. And while field notes may vary in their level of detail, what sort of unites them is there's some attempt to actualize an experiential event that we're having. We're trying to turn memory into some tangible evidence. So we might record the list of organisms that we see along a hike. We might add emphasis through underlining or asterisks, excitement through exclamation points. We might express confusion or curiosity through question marks. And these notations allow us to create internal dialogue, creating associations and constructing narrative. And when we work to capture the experience of an event, we're making continuous choices around what details do we express. We're simultaneously including and excluding. And when we narrow our focus and give attention, we create structure for a complex experience of naturalistic observation. And the necessary slowness of handwriting encourages processing and integration of information such that note making has cognitive benefits irrespective of any later review of those notes. So if we were to consider if I were to encounter some unknown plant in the field, I could take a picture of it and have perfect information about that flower forever after. I would immediately be able to reference the photo at any future point and be able to describe the floral arrangement or the morphology of the leaves. And yet the shape of my attention has changed from if I were to sit and observe the plant. If I narrowed my focus and allowed myself the time and attentiveness, would I be more likely to recognize another individual of the same type after having taken such detailed notes, as compared to if I were to take a picture and identify it with an algorithm? If I were to sit and observe the plant with more depth, what other observations might I notice? Would there be other interactions? What contextual information might I learn? Or what other sensory experiences might I have? So if we consider this data sheet from 1975 on the floral morphology of Arnica mollis, which notes at the top right that the plant has a strong smell. These written artifacts reflect a direct physical interaction with a living organism. And ultimately, these elements help us bridge between empirical data and lived experience. And it allows us to contextualize scientific work within our broader understanding of how humans interact with their environment. These marginalia situate us in the data. I don't know how big this plant is. Or this is not me, this is a field member. And these field notes also allow us space to enter unexpected observations into the record. For example, they might allow us to record novel interactions like hummingbird visitation to atypical flowers. And so in the top right is a hummingbird syndrome flower. This is Ipomopsis aggregata, or the scarlet gilia. It's a long red tubular flower. And beneath it is a hummingbird visiting mertensia, whose small blue flower lacks the hummingbird syndrome morphology. And so over decades, observations by the ecologists Nick Vosser and Mary Price document systematic visits of hummingbirds to these atypical flowers, challenging assumptions of the natural world. And particularly in a time of climate disruption and ecological disturbance, such observations are increasingly valuable for documenting and archiving patterns of change. As some field sciences have transitioned to digital data collection, there are in many cases less space for personal experience to be entered into the record. There are no physical margins on an iPad datasheet. So it's in many ways more constrained. And to be clear, there are many benefits of digital data collection. Data collection can be standardized across contributors. It can be immediately backed up. Digital collection can encourage us to think about the structure of data before it's collected. But as we lose physicality, we're also losing potential containers for social meaning, both interpersonally and intrapersonally. And so many of the case studies I've shared today come from the Rocky Mountain Biological Laboratory, the RMBL, or the Rumble, which is a high elevation field station in the heart of the Elk Mountains of Colorado, founded from nearly a century ago from an abandoned mining town. And Rumble has a strong culture of long-term ecological data, spanning many taxa and decades. And for most of the year, the station looks something like this. The subalpine is harsh and highly seasonal. The winters are long and deep, and the winters are also changing. Like many other alpine and subalpine systems, climate change is reshaping the landscape and the ecology of the species that live there. Summer air temperatures have risen nearly 0.5 degrees Celsius per decade, and that's been accompanied by an advance in the date of spring snowmelt by roughly 3.5 days per decade. So the growing season has expanded substantially, with consequences for the plants and animals in the valley and how they interact with each other. And much of the work at the RMBL on the ecological effects of climate change are indebted to the sole permanent resident of the station. This is Billy Barr, the lab's accountant, and he prefers to spell his name in all lowercase. And Billy has spent every winter in the East River Valley since 1974. And initially he lived in an old miner's cabin. And again, the winters here are long and deep and cold. Meters of snow are covering the landscape, and it's a 4-mile ski to the nearest paved road. So to occupy his time, Billy began recording. And he began taking daily notes on snow depth, high and low temperatures, cloud cover, precipitation, and any animal sightings. And at first, Billy's data was just for himself. He's a self-described voyeur at heart. He was simply curious. And so over time, news of Billy's records began to spread around the station that there existed this trove of highly detailed place-based climate records, which have now been used in dozens of scientific studies, including my own. And since the 1970s, Billy has transitioned away from handwritten recordings. Now he has a website where he posts updates every day of the weather and what animals he's seen. And for those of us who time our travel to Rumble based on snowmelt, Billy's website is invaluable. And the website also includes 2 24-hour live streams of the valley. But there's an abstraction here. What was once the personal and private record of a single individual is now accessible to anyone with a internet connection. Now we can all vicariously tune in to the valley. And as ecology has ushered in a big data revolution, we are now accumulating data at unprecedented speeds and scales. From in situ environmental sensors, remote sensing platforms, community science, continental scale monitoring efforts, amassing greater and greater volumes of data that allows, in some cases, for a more technically complete information about the system. But often these data lack an integration of narrative, and in some cases, a lack of a rooted understanding of natural history that may introduce narrative vulnerabilities. So we may trade a greater volume, velocity, and scale of data for a higher degree of connection and understanding. In historical records of past ecologies, like the field records of naturalists such as Alexander von Humboldt and his classic Tableau Physique, or the field notes of Henry David Thoreau, have been useful records to compare against species abundances and ranges, documenting changes in the spatial and temporal distribution of species. And future ecologies may similarly benefit from the narratives we record now. We might not be able to know in advance what would be useful to those in the future. And so handwritten in small red notebooks is Rumble scientist Scott Wissinger's life work on subalpine ponds and their invertebrate communities. And in 2019, Scott passed away unexpectedly, leaving behind 30 years of data to his former mentee, Jared Balik, who is currently digitizing the notebooks to archive these records of ecological change in the ponds. And physical notes can have unanticipated scientific value beyond the explicit data they contain. For example, Jane's bumblebee data sheets may contain pollen records, environmental DNA, who knows what else. And so field notes contain more than what is published in the peer-reviewed record. They preserve the process of discovery and protect authenticity through their physicality. And in addition, the cultural and emotional dimensions of field notes function as memory archives, both for ourselves as note takers and for the collective note readers. And so as technological advances continue and accelerate, in the future, how might we reconcile our data with the lived experience of the field sciences? Right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you to our 3 presenters. And I want to turn things over to you really quickly, but to just identify a couple of themes that jump out to me from these presentations. One is, the word I use is relationships, that building relationships in different senses force us to slow down research, but in positive ways, whether the relationship is with the things we're studying, sitting and getting a relationship with a plant, whether it's the communities that we're working with, whether it is the research communities or legacy data that help us to get a broader sense of the work that we're doing. Relationships enrich our research. I think that Danielle's work pointed out, they don't speed up our research, but they make our data better. Our relationships make us better researchers. The other side of that is technology. And technology can speed up data collection. It can get us more things, but perhaps at the risk of these abstractions and the loss of that human touch. And some of the technology can make it hard maybe to translate some of the data that we're getting today with things that people have collected in the past. And the last part of that would just be the fact that rather than a science of discovery, which is what I kind of opened up with, this Enlightenment picture of the kind of cowboy archaeologist, like the Indiana Jones person going and grabbing the thing and telling you what they've named it and what it belongs to and what it's related to, being in this constant state of navigating the relationships and the technology, and also the expectations of the career building, and also the kind of field site relationships that people are trying to work in over a very, very long period. So thank you again to our speakers. I'm going to hopefully turn this over for, I'm sure you all have some great questions.
Can I call you Jackie? That's okay, good. I really enjoyed that paper because if you guys go over to that case over on the other side of the room and look at the notes in that case, there's Lewis and Clark's notebook. And that's a facsimile, I was told. So it's, you know, you go look at that and you go, wow, that's really cool, because what they're doing is exactly what you said. They're writing down, oh man, bad day, really horrible, this blah, blah, blah. And the reason I bring this up is because in archaeology, I think Alan will know this as well, you know, my generation was trained to become, you know, more scientific in many ways with the digital data recovery, forms like you described as well. And an archaeologist by the name of Ian Hodder, some of you who may know who he is, objected to that back in the 80s and said, why aren't we taking field notes that actually record what the investigator feels like today? Because that actually might be useful in some sense to talk about why notes don't make sense or why something is not actually clicking. A lot of us laughed at that and said, really? Ha-ha. But in fact, you know, a paper like yours really brings out the fact that those might in fact be useful things. So sorry for the comment, but I have this question then, is that what do you think ultimately that might be lost by that loss of the, you know, how would we recapture that? And what do you think is the greatest category of loss that comes out of not taking those really fun notes that, you know, I was grumpy today? Thanks.
Well, thank you for your question. So in writing this piece, one of the things I wanted to be sure to do was to not be prescriptive. I didn't want to write a piece that was like top 5 ways you can write effective field notes. And I also didn't want to be prescriptive in like telling folks that they should collect field notes, right? Certainly many of my colleagues do not. It's very different from an archaeological training or even in a laboratory science where laboratory notebooks are mandatory prescriptive record keeping. But I think to your question is like what might be lost or maybe rather what could we gain? I think there's real value in allowing ourselves the time and the slowness to make observations and to challenge our own assumptions and to also accept that we are people out there doing science. And your question about that, our field notes can help us contextualize the data going back. So for example, a lab mate of mine in entering data had a value for a plant size that seemed exceptionally large. And so perhaps there was some error in data entry in Excel. They went back to their data sheets, and in the field notes, in the margins, someone had entered beast. So it was simply just a really big plant. And perhaps without that contextual information, that data point could have been excluded. When it represented an important extreme or some aberration that might give us clues as to what actually was happening in that system. So, thank you for your question.
Hi, yeah, I really enjoyed these presentations, and I got like a further comment from at least 2 of you, which is that taking field notes is not like putting a picture into AI today and it generates a description. Writing is already reflexive. When you write stuff and you think about what you wrote yesterday and all that kind of stuff. So I think there's already a knowledge building process in writing which helps the researcher understand. So you mentioned that, but also in terms of archaeology, I mean, what are the differences maybe between drone archaeology and consistently walking a field site? I mean, being in the field site as opposed to having a top-down view and the photogrammetric mapping or whatever it is. Thank you.
Yeah, we are actually combining all of them to see a whole picture because just field surveys sometimes cannot help, but seeing everything and contextualize the material helping a lot, and most of our budgets going to this drone photography and, mapping things. But there's, of course, theoretical background, so we try to remember every time and collect the data, all kinds of data. We collect everything, we record everything, try to contextualize and see the interdependency. This is our aim, not just recording, not just preserving, but we try, actually. It's an experimental research, I can say. We can mistake. We make many mistakes, of course, but we try. Thanks.
Hi, I have a question for, I guess, both Danielle and Jacqueline. I was struck, Jacqueline, by your talk about field notes as almost being, another way of phrasing it would be a multi-species ethnography. And so I was wondering, Danielle, if you might want to, if I put you on the spot, interpret that narrative through the lens of multi-species ethnography, and of the lessons that you've learned for your being a proper cowboy approach might have some salience for the way about we take field notes.
I can say, I think this is on? Whatever, I'll talk loud. So we take field notes in many different ways when we're engaging in the field. This is just a little bit of contextual background. We offer our participants what we call a menu of options of how they wish to engage with us. So that can look like audio recording, that can look like video recording, that can look like they don't want any part of their name showing up on any project ever, and they don't want to be recorded, so we're taking hand notes. And that changes our experience of what I might reframe as a sensory ethnography of us being human in a space where we coexist with multiple species. And so I guess what first came to mind to me is the photos on the screen of us conducting that interview horseback. That was a 10-hour ride, and I had an audio recorder going the entire time in my pocket, and that was a beast to transcribe. So there is, I think, that technical component that as we introduce technology in the ways we interface with the field and with multiple species can produce challenges, right? Well, I'm horseback and pretty handy on a horse. Taking field notes, hand field notes, is a little bit difficult as I'm already videoing and have audio and I'm trying to ride. Yeah, I think the engagement with multiple species, though, and how we record and analyze our experience in the field with species who may not be telling us their story with words, but maybe telling us their story through our own sensory experience of being among them, I think is something that we are working towards and that we interpret with the two of us. In that Catherine and I are always recording our conversations while we're in the field, and those become our field notes, where we are, reflecting on that experience, where we are driving or walking or anything like that, and discussing what we are feeling and seeing and note-taking all around us.
Okay, you've given us a very good introduction to field work in 3 separate areas and taking notes in a variety of different forms. You're all relatively young colleagues. Have you thought what's going to happen to these data in 50 years? Whose responsibility is it to preserve it? And how, say, somebody 50 years on, is your information going to be useful to them in the form you're currently recording it? And I'm actually saying this because for a long time I ran the Wenner-Gren Foundation for Anthropological Research. And we had a grant for archiving basically unpublished field work. And we're able to save the notes of over 150 colleagues from being thrown in the bin. And so have you given any thought to what's going to happen to this work down the line? So sorry about the question.
I'm not sure I remember all the parts, but I think that is such a fantastic question to be reckoning with as we think about incorporating technology into recording our field notes, especially when we know technology moves at a super fast pace and things may not be accessible, right, in the future, thinking about DVDs and VHS and all of that, floppy disks. So for our project in particular, that is something we are very much thinking about. I did not set out to be a historical sociologist, and yet that is what I'm doing, and so I'm kind of learning on the fly here. But when we go into these spaces, into the homes of people, one of the first things they do is they take us around their kitchen or their living room and they show us their collections. Old family photos, things they picked up on the ranch, I mean, anything. We've seen a lot. And there's this sense that they want us to see it and to take photos of it and to steward it in some way. And that can get complicated when I'm here trying to just write my dissertation, right? And I feel that that is part of what I'm getting at when I'm talking about collaborative ethnography and our obligations that we have to our communities. And when we are being put in these positions of having folks taking the time and the energy to teach us about their orientations to this place, well, then what are our obligations as stewards of that data? And for me, the answer is that I don't own the data that I collect. That's not mine. That belongs to the community. And so that looks like partnerships. So one of those partnerships I'm actively engaged in is with the local archives and with the local museums in the study site as well as another study site, and thinking about the ways that I can leverage my own academic standing to create a system that might house these data, right, for future researchers. I've benefited from archival recordings of oral histories that previous researchers have done. But then what I think is more important is how do we make that accessible? And so we're thinking through how to use technology, talk to me later about deep mapping, where we can engage with interactive processes that make these data available and accessible to the community members who own this data.
Thanks for the question, but I will keep it short this time. We will open our digital database accessible to everyone. We will publish it. So it's everyone's responsibility. And we are building something in the town. The locals, especially the children in the region, they will be the guardians, let's say. But this accessibility is important. And also we leave 25% of the land for the future generations. We are not researching, not going to excavate there. So they will research and test our results. So this is our part, but it's hard to actually see the future from here. Thank you.
I didn't know if you wanted to answer that. I didn't know if you wanted to answer that. I don't mean to cut you off. Thanks for your talk. Super interesting. I love hearing from different fields. One of the things I feel like is consistent between all three talks is this idea of time and how a lot of your work takes a lot of time and a lot of intention. And as someone in grad school who is limited by time and this pressure and mounting pressure for publish or perish kind of mentality that I think a lot of field workers, I'm sure in here, can have an internal struggle with. I already do. This idea of I want to spend time with my work and I want to spend time in the field, but I have to publish. So how do you, in your respective fields, balance this idea of taking time and doing work intentionally, but also needing to publish or having some output to show? Thanks.
Thank you for that question. I think it's an interesting, kind of the temporality of data and how we engage with it. I think one thing that we can do is make it very clear about what our values are and why we are making the choices that we do. And when we are able to clearly articulate that to ourselves, it's easier to communicate that to others, like within our departments, administrations, funding agencies, et cetera. I do think that having that sort of intentionality makes my work stronger. And I try to encourage that in my, allow my students the space to experience that as well if that's a choice that they would like to make going forward.
Over here. I spent about the last 20 years going through Joseph Grinnell's field notes and walking in his footsteps with my students and collaborators in California. And the thing about Grinnell's notes was he recognized as he was doing this work that he was cataloging, basically creating a baseline in California of what biodiversity was like. But when you did that work a century ago, you didn't have the blinders on that we have now. You went out and you studied bumblebees, and your blinders were on for other kinds of interactions and so forth. Grinnell was recording everything, and so his pictures that you showed of the mountains, he's thinking about the distribution of organisms along elevational regions in California. His notebooks were saved in the museum, catalog along a wall that extends about like this, not just his, but all of the students. And Scott, when he was a student, was made to keep a notebook as well. But the way that people took notes have really changed over time. And we have those blinders on very much into the project we're doing, even though we allow serendipity to influence what we see, how we record it, and things like that. We'll never quite be like Lewis and Clark in describing discovery as we move through. But we do have to recognize that even if we digitize this material, will it be preserved for the next century? That's what Grinnell asked us to do. He wanted this to be available to the students of the future. That's what he called us. And doing that means that you have to have a format that's going to be preserved into the future. In a funny way, pencil and paper can be. I don't know whether our digital data will make it through so many. Having recently retired, I can tell you how many kinds of disks I have my data on, because I've been getting them all up, and the ASCII files do translate across. And the project that Leslie described, collecting those data from early primatologists, that will turn out to be priceless in the long run. But how we're going to conserve this for the student of the future, I think, is a big problem. Someone has to shepherd it through what will be different kinds of digital platforms. And I don't think our universities are going to do that for us.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly agree, and I want to come back to the point that you made in the beginning about the blinders. And I think one of the things that has been productive for me in taking field notes is that it's made me more aware of my own blinders. And that in being kind of interrogating what I am looking at and why I'm making those choices, it's allowed me to be kind of more cognizant of what the limits of my data in the work is. And I think that that might be a potential challenge of some of these, that data come from remote sensors and other kind of disconnected data, which provides us with expansive, viewpoints and data that we might not be able to perceive as individuals. There's immense value in that. But that sort of contextual understanding of the narrowness of what we're looking at, we need to be, field notes can help us be more aware of that.
I was just going to add a point about, you said the shepherding of data through the future formats and your reluctance in believing the university will do that, which I agree. I think, though, that is part of our obligation as we enter into the field in the future, and part of the obligation of future field researchers. So an example, in one of the archives that I'm working in, there's a whole collection of cassette recordings. And as I'm going through these cassette recordings on, a 20-year-old cassette player, or more older than that, I'm redigitizing them into a modern format. That's not a perfect solution. That's not a perhaps efficient solution, but that is part of the obligation, I think, as you enter into the field of your commitment to preserving these data for the future.
I want to, this is on, thinking about what you were saying. This is kind of a question, I guess, to the whole room, which is,
we have all these different forms of data, and I can't begin, obviously, how we deal with digital data is one thing, but there's still all these field notebooks out there in the world. You showed pictures of some. I work at a museum where I was trained from the beginning 35 years ago that my field notes don't belong to me, they belong to the institution. After every expedition, they're bound and put in a library. Does anybody know of any libraries or organizations that are archiving field notes, the paper part? Just the most simple thing that we have, the notes on paper. Is there a library, is there an institution, is there an organization doing that?
There are a number, but you have to find them. And if you're in anthropology, the National Anthropological Archives at the Smithsonian is fantastic, full of unpublished field notes and handwritten things. And the APS here has a very nice archive. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on what your discipline is. And for anthropologists, we're very well set because of the National Anthropological Archives. And I would hope that they're in other fields, there's similar things.
Okay, I think that's our time. And as we thank our speakers, I think they've also, I know a lot of the questions about like, what are you doing to curate this and keep this up? There's also, I think, a question for those of us who are a little farther along or a lot farther along. What are we doing to make sure that the work, this sort of work, is valorized on the tenure track, that we're explaining to administrators that this is essential part of the work of science, that field work matters, and that the follow-up work of field work and the investments in community matter. So thank you so much to our three presenters for sharing.
So now we invite everyone to adjourn to the room where the coffee was before, which has become a reception room, and then to return back here at 6 o'clock for our keynote with Dr. Scott Edwards.
Well, good evening, everybody. I saw you in the afternoon, and now I see you at the sun setting. Thank you all for sticking around, and I see some new faces with us. I won't bore everybody with a long lecture about the history of the society, but for those of you that are new, I want to welcome you to our event. My name is Patrick Spiro. I'm the CEO of the APS, and we're in for a real treat tonight with Scott Edwards and his lecture. Before we start, though, I do want to say a few words about the society for those that are joining us, and for those that sat through my talk, maybe some new information, and it has to do with the motto that you see here on the seal that's staring at you. And it says, the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge. And that's actually our full title, held at Philadelphia for promoting useful knowledge, and that's our mission. And we promote knowledge through a variety of different programs. We have the longest continuously operating press, which you see back there. If you're interested in our books or in publishing, I'd encourage you to be there. We've been claiming to be the longest continuously operating press for over 100 years, so it must be true. We also have amazing convenings like the night tonight, and I encourage you all to check out our events. Almost everything we do can be streamed online, so please make sure you check out our programs and participate that way if you can't join us in person. We also have a library, 14 million pages of manuscripts. It's an incredible archive. Many of our materials deal with anthropology, deal with field work, so it may be of interest in your own work, and the library itself might be a home that you want to think about for your own notes and records here at the Philosophical Society. Our motto is nullo discrimine, and that means that we don't discriminate. We celebrate all fields of knowledge, and I think that driving mission is embedded in the program today. We are traveling across the globe with presentations, across disciplines with presentations, and tonight our lecturer is one of our members, an elected member of the society, and his talk, I think, is going to reflect that as well, talking about birds and biology. Scott Edwards, a member of the society. So if you don't know Scott, he is the Alexander Agassiz Professor of Zoology and Curator of Ornithology in the Museum of Comparative Zoology at Harvard University. Scott is an evolutionary biologist with diverse interest in molecular evolution, phylogenetics, comparative genomics, and population genetics. His research uses birds as model systems, focusing on their evolutionary history, genome evolution, and genetic diversity. And I think a lot of that's going to be touched on in your talk tonight. Scott has held a variety of other roles. He has been president of the Society for the Study of Evolution, the Society of Systematic Biologists, and the American Genetic Association. He served on the National Geographic's Committee for Research and Exploration, and he currently serves on the advisory boards of the National Museum of Natural History, the Smithsonian, and the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. For 2 years, he served as the division director of the biological infrastructure at the National Science Foundation. And in recognition of all of his scientific accomplishments, he's elected to the National Academy of Sciences, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and of course, in 2020, to the American Philosophical Society. The society has, yes. The society, we say, is the smallest of the learned societies. What that means is it is the most selective. We elect only 25 members a year in 5 classes. So only 5 members are elected in the biological sciences, and Scott was one of those. And I'll tell you a little story about Scott, something he doesn't know. So we have a very formalized ritual when members are inducted into the society. There's a performance that is played out on this stage. And the new member comes up. They have to stand here before an audience as we read off all of their accolades, and they have to sit here smiling. And then they have to shake the president's hand, and then they have to sign the roll book, and then they walk off. Now, it is very choreographed, and we tell all of our members what they're supposed to do in what order. And these are, of course, some of the smartest people in the world. And 9 times out of 10, this fails miserably. You know, they don't know which way to go, where to look. So we decided, you know what we have to do is for new member orientation, this is before the event, we want to show them a model of how this ceremony is performed. So we had to go through our archive of all the meeting talks to find the one person who did it right. And that person was Scott Edwards. So, Scott, come back up on stage.
Wow, I did not know that, Patrick. Yeah, I'm one of the masses, though, that just basically loses all the instructions from their head when you're on this stage, right? Your brain goes blank. Anyway, it's wonderful to be here. Thank you again, Patrick, for that wonderful introduction. Thank you, Linda, for organizing this amazing symposium. It's really been great to connect with colleagues and meet a bunch of new colleagues. I think the best part of the APS is just the interdisciplinarity. And yeah, don't tell my friends in other societies, but this is definitely the coolest society. I mean, just really exciting interdisciplinary, symposia, lots of stuff online that everyone can participate in. And so, yeah, I encourage you to look at the website, see what's going on. So yeah, I'm really excited to sort of, be the keynote for this symposium. And fieldwork is one of those things that's really influenced my career. And yeah, I'm looking forward to telling you just how I've navigated it as a ornithologist, and in particular as one who works in museums, and describe some of the challenges and also just some of the successes and ways we're trying to archive biodiversity in the broadest sense. This is my lab group for folks that may not know me. As Patrick mentioned, I'm a curator in the Museum of Comparative Zoology, so here we are earlier this year. And as you'll see vignettes of, we've done a lot of field work all around the world, but myself a lot in Australia. And as research, we use genetic techniques to understand the evolution of birds in the broadest sense. And a lot of our questions come from the field. They come from understanding of natural history. And, it's always been walking a bit of a tightrope as to how deep do you go into the genetic side, how deep do you go into the natural history side. And the great thing is members of my lab, and you'll meet a few of them in my talk, span the whole gamut, really. So a colleague of mine named Kevin Winker, he's an ornithologist at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, published a personality statement in one of his recent papers. And now, those of you in the social sciences might probably know what this is. I didn't really know what it was. Kevin has been engaged in this controversy about whether we should change the English names of our birds. Some of you may be aware that there's a movement to change the names to non-eponymous names, naming birds for things other than people. I think there are lots of birds in North America who are named after kind of bad people, but there's also birds that are named after pretty good people. So Kevin's been involved with this controversy, and really interesting to me, he ended his paper on the top one there on critical communication with a personality statement. This was basically, apparently this is practice in social sciences. You want to divulge your perspective, your history, where are you coming from, to that might shed light on what you're about to write. This is not something we do routinely in biology. And I was just basically very impressed that Kevin did this. I don't necessarily agree with all his views in whether we should change bird names, but I was very, he generated respect in the sense of, confessing what his history was. And so I figured I would do the same thing for you, so you kind of know where I come from, because I think that'll influence my perspectives on fieldwork. So I wasn't exactly a country boy. I believe very strongly that early exposure to nature, to the outdoors, and learning to navigate the outdoors from an early age is very important in influencing whether someone becomes a scientist or whether someone's comfortable in the field. I moved to a fairly early age to a pretty idyllic suburb of Manhattan called Riverdale. I worked at this amazing environmental center called Wave Hill. You can see the Hudson River there, the Palisades of New Jersey across the way. And, you know, I spent many a wonderful day, not only on the beautiful grounds, but rumbling through their archives. They have a really interesting set of bird archives going back a long way from the local area. Another one of my big influences as a kid was none other than National Geographic. I'm sure many of you in this room relate to this. You know, I drunk the Kool-Aid of National Geographic. It was a magazine that my family just got. I still subscribe, and you know, it took me around the world, right? I still find it a really wonderful resource to be that armchair explorer and to visit cool places that I will probably never get to. Now, that said, I'm sure many of you in the room are sensitive to the fact that, you know, National Geographic has been questioned, like many institutions in our country. National Geographic's motives and mission and values have been questioned. And I dug a bit into some of the research by John Edward Mason, a historian at the University of Virginia, who was tasked with reviewing National Geographic, particularly in the pre-war, World War II period, as to what was it actually like and what were its values. I've put some of his quotes from an interview up here. And, you know, he opens by saying that, you know, I think so many of us, even those of us who grew up African Americans, experienced this magazine as a part of our childhood. We consumed it pretty uncritically. I certainly wasn't thinking about the political ramifications of reading about distant cultures when I was cozying up to it in my bed. But he also confesses that it took him places that he'd never been and probably will never go. Did National Geographic play some kind of role in his becoming a historian of Africa? Probably, right? And certainly for me, being a biologist and ornithologist. He did point to a glaring sort of gap in coverage in National Geographic in the pre-war periods at a time when many countries in the global south were trying to achieve independence. Many voices, for example, in South Africa were pointing to the egregiousness of apartheid. National Geographic tended to cover the sort of glossy, positive aspects of history unfolding before them, as opposed to the more challenging, politically fraught areas. And so that's one area I think. I think today they have caught up substantially, and I think they cover many different viewpoints. But this was one area where Mason saw that they were lagging behind somewhat. So I grew up in New York City, as I mentioned, and these two museums, which those of you who are into museums will recognize, we've got the Smithsonian on the left and American Museum of Natural History on the right, played a huge influence in my upbringing. I spent most of my last semester of high school at the American Museum digging up old records of Riverdale, New York. And, you know, as I'll tell you in just a bit, I sort of sought refuge from organic chemistry in the museum on the left. And in fact, it was in the Smithsonian where I was exposed to what a working collection did, what scientists did. I learned how to prepare specimens from Roxy Laybourne, a renowned ornithologist. And so museums have been in my blood for a long time. Now, as to my brush with organic chemistry, yeah, it was the kind of thing where I was like, Dad, I need to get out of school, because it was the most demoralizing, demeaning experience, and it was the only C on my transcript. I mean, in all seriousness, though, I worry still that organic chemistry drives a lot of talented kids out of science. I've looked at a lot of transcripts, and it's inevitably the lowest grade on their transcript. Why is that? I think many of us know the reasons. There's a certain amount of weeding that goes on, a certain amount of bravado. It's a real problem that we need to fix. But the silver lining here is that as a result of having taken it, I skipped out of school, spent about 6 months at the Smithsonian, and then I went back to my place of birth because I wanted to see it from a budding scientist's eyes. And so I went back to Hawaii, had some amazing experiences working with endangered species. I went out to the leeward Hawaiian Islands looking at albatross, which I still study today. And I came back from that year off with much more of a laser focus of what I wanted to do. There was a clear path. I knew I was excited about research. I even got some advice from colleagues at Berkeley about who was at Harvard at the time, whom I could work with. I ended up going to work with a wonderful scientist named Rodney Honeycutt. And I did my undergrad thesis on the phylogeny of African mole rats. I didn't go to Africa doing the field work. That was for Rodney. But it got me excited about the whole paradigm of using genetics, DNA, to look at how species have evolved, how they're related to each other. I knew, even as an undergraduate, that New Guinea was the epicenter, the sort of mecca for ornithologists, the home of the amazing birds of paradise. And I got an opportunity to work there for a few months. It really opened my eyes to sort of expeditionary field work. I will confess, just the thrill of going to a faraway place where people are speaking a different language, it was all very, very exciting. It started me off on my dissertation research, which focused on these birds right here, these babblers. I did a sort of continent-wide phylogeographic study of these birds. And it really set my path really for the next few decades in emphasizing some of the extraordinary radiations that came out of Australia and New Guinea. During my PhD, I had the good fortune of working with a very innovative scientist named Alan Wilson. He's there on the right. And he, of course, along with Becky Kahn, who's seen here, I just caught up with Becky just a few weeks ago in Hawaii. She's retired but doing really well. She is mitochondrial Eve, right? She is the one who built this extraordinary portrait of human diversity using mitochondrial DNA. In her case, she wasn't doing field work so much as trying to salvage placentas from women who had just given birth in the Bay Area from different ethnic groups. And through these resources, she made this transformative image of human diversity, which essentially set the stage for the next several decades of research in the area. She showed, for example, that humans were much more closely related to each other than we imagined they might be. Of course, there were quasi-racist theories saying, oh, no, different races, we go back at least 1 million years, right? Becky's research showed that no, in fact, we're far more closely related than different populations of your backyard snake or rat. She also showed, that human diversity originated in Africa. And the diaspora out of Africa led to a big bottleneck, which is one of the reasons why humans have so little genetic diversity. And so it was just a very exciting time. People in Alan's lab studying humans, studying ancient DNA. Svante Pabo was there, who just won the Nobel Prize. So it was a really exciting time. Now, the field that I chose to enter, namely genetics or genomics, it's a young field, but of course, it's a bit of a lightning rod itself. The word genomics, of course, people used to do genetics, but of course, when it came to being able to access information from across the entire genome, all of the chromosomes, it sort of morphed into genomics. And many of you are familiar with, different instances of overreach or aggressiveness or lack of consultation among geneticists trying to get their prize samples. Here's one small example from the Havasupai, who it was a case where a researcher, they wanted to learn why the rate of diabetes was so high in their communities. And so they gave precious samples to geneticists to help them figure that out. Those same samples were then used without consultation for completely other purposes. And this erupted in a big firestorm. But of course, genetics is, human genetics in particular, is has had its issues, just in terms of who we're sampling, who we're putting our resources into. And so, as many of you know, I'm sure there's a huge Western bias in how disease genetics is conducted, European populations being overrepresented. There's increasingly now efforts to sample all of human genetic diversity, but of course that was a very slow ramp up. And there's also this, I won't go into technical details too much, but suffice it to say that for the past 20 years, human genetics has been conducted in a way in which we have to choose an exemplar of our species, one individual that we're going to call the reference. That's the individual to whom everyone else in the planet will be compared. Who's going to be the reference? That's a pretty exalted position, right? Well, interesting times, there's new approaches now where we're moving away from having any single reference. We're able to use a diversity of individuals in a population to make a so-called pangenome, which will allow much more unbiased comparison among individuals. So, but for both ethical reasons and just serious blinders on, genetics has had a challenging history, not to mention, of course, the deep history going back to eugenics. But so that's one of the challenges, I would say, as a field biologist, is using these tools which, you know, speak in many cases directly to people's identity. And so we need to treat those very powerful tools with caution. I won't talk about it much now, although I do talk about it a little in my contribution paper, but I've often, this is some photos during my dissertation, you know, I think about what's the intersection, if any, of African American doing field work. It's, you know, honestly, I grew up in an era when, at least consciously, we weren't thinking about identity as much, I think, as young folks do now. But on the other hand, it's also the case that, you know, field biology is still not as diverse as we would like. So anyway, the main thing, I just wanted to point out that I think on balance, being African American probably was an asset. There's a lot of being written these days about, and I think with good reason, about challenges of people of color doing field work, just difficulties of navigating and being in places where people don't expect you to be, right? With binoculars, skulking behind the bushes, right? But I will say that, you know, these sorts of things apply to any marginalized groups, women, et cetera. I also think that it's not only minorities that suffer those consequences. My good friend, Michael Reed, who's a professor at Tufts, he told me that on our Christmas bird count in Concord, someone called the police on him. He was simply bird watching with binoculars, and he's white, white male. But, you know, and so these things happen, and part of it is just because field biology requires us to be in weird places doing weird things, or at least things that people think are strange. In my case, you know, in New Guinea, they would always ask me if I was from the Markham Valley, which is a valley near the city of Leh on the north coast where people are really tall. Because, you know, without my backpack on or without my binocs, I look kind of like a New Guinean. And so that was always fun. And, you know, I will say in Australia, it was, and maybe this was a function of doing a lot of work there back in the 80s, it was extraordinary, the positive reception I received, literally knocking on people's door in the outback, asking if I could harass the birds on their property. You know, I don't actually know if that would be the case today. And I certainly would be hesitant to attempt that in the United States. So it was an interesting time and on average a very positive experience. And so I was sort of, I was kind of realizing my National Geographic vision, traveling around, collecting samples, taking students. Those Australians, you have to get used to their terseness. They're pretty direct. But I will say that to a family, it's remarkable how welcoming they were. I mean, you know, a tall black guy with a Yankee accent. I mean, it's just, I could imagine all kinds of receptions, but it was really remarkable how broad their vision was and how welcoming they were. I've actually had some interest in fieldwork as a practice for a long time. In 2013, I organized a symposium at the evolution meetings on expeditionary biology. And here's just some of the characters. I don't know if you can read this. But, you know, I was still in the kind of National Geographic mode. Here's Paul Sereno, the famous paleontologist chasing after dinosaurs. Here's folks looking in the deep sea. Here's folks drilling, you know, miles underneath the Antarctic ice looking for microbes. I was and I still remain just excited about the lengths that humans will go to learn about the planet. And so that's been a really passionate interest of mine. On the other hand, some of you might be aware that the very term fieldwork is under question. You know, the social science folks are claiming that it might serve as a trigger for unwanted memories of certain groups, field perhaps hearkening to colonialism or slavery. That's a tough one. There are people pushing back, I would suppose. I think in this room we're all comfortable using it. I suppose it's something that we should be mindful of. Now, I landed in the MCZ in about 2003, and it's a remarkable zoological storehouse of biodiversity. The bird collections used to be up on the 5th floor of this brick building. One day the dean wandered up there, you know, admiring the beautiful view over Cambridge, and said, "Why are we holding 400,000 dead birds up here when we could be opening this to living people?" And so as a result, the collections moved, thankfully, remaining on campus, they moved to the basement of a building just next door. And actually the facilities now are really impressive. But, you know, part of my mission as a teacher, I think, is to instill upon students an understanding of biodiversity, an appreciation for biodiversity. You know, as many of you know, a lot of the ecology courses at universities, ornithology, herpetology, entomology, they're getting cut in favor of fields that are deemed more synthetic, more cutting edge. But I will tell you, having taught ornithology for a couple decades now, that it's one of the most integrative courses that and it's a challenging course to teach, because I'm talking about paleontology, I'm talking about fossils, conservation, physiology, anatomy, behavior, ecology. Those are tough fields to traverse. So I think the ologies are very important for that. And of course, we learn a lot about our environment. These are a study from a few years ago, actually instigated by an undergraduate at Harvard. She wanted to know whether seabirds, such as this black-footed albatross, were being impacted by heavy metals. You know, despite their living on colonies in the remote Pacific, could they also be sort of suffering from heavy metals such as mercury? And so she put together a neat project. We ended up collaborating with folks from the Harvard School of Public Health. And we using just a single feather from these specimens, we showed that organic mercury was in fact increasing over time. We were able to sample albatrosses from our collection going back to the 1880s. And so Jared Diamond once wrote an editorial in Nature entitled "Why Old Dead Rats Are Useful." And this is the kind of thing that I think is important. You know, we were just talking about archiving field notes. We don't even know the uses that will come from these specimens in a few decades. And so it behooves us to squirrel a few away. Modern museums today are really, they're just playgrounds for all kinds of amazing technologies, from physics, chemistry, ancient DNA. The MCZ is, we have a really amazing cryo collection where we're archiving tissue samples, blood samples, anything from which you can retrieve macromolecules. And you know, I think of these specimens not just as specimens, but really as snapshots of the environment of a specific time and place. You can get pollen from these Hawaiian honeycreepers, find out what flowers they've been visiting. You can look at the mites in their feathers. You can do stable isotopes on their feathers and think about their diets. And so, the more we can bring different sciences to bear on these specimens in a way that Mike Webster at Cornell has called the extended specimen, we can really reap the amazing secrets that they hold. Now, as I've mentioned already, museums have this troubling legacy of racism and colonialism. And of course, Louis Agassiz, as many of you know, was a virulent racist. He most recently was found to have archived photos of slaves that were in the Peabody Museum, our sister museum, and causing a lot of consternation among descendants of those individuals. He was very famous, of course, for his work on glaciers, but he also had this very troubling today at a time when many Victorians were thinking more broadly about human diversity. He was very much retrograde in his views. And so when we moved the bird collection from that 5th floor area to the basement of the adjacent building, we actually exposed these chalkboards for the first time in about 150 years, which was really, really remarkable. And as a inveterate prankster, I just couldn't resist having a little fun. I'm not a very good invertebrate biologist, but I think I can match some of that gravitas that you see. But I also wanted to mention that, Agassiz would be mortified, if he knew I was curator of birds. There is a really exciting group of folks getting together, trying to celebrate African Americans in natural history museums, run by a very energetic grad student at University of Florida. We just had a fun meeting at the AMNH, and I encourage you to look up their website. Okay, so my lab's sort of way of parsing the world is sort of divided into 3 areas here. Fieldwork is one of the areas of this triangle that I still participate in, and I dropped the lab work years ago. And graduate students, when I enter the lab, they get nervous because I'm probably going to break something. And computation, of course, is now a big part of it, something that I've tried to keep up with a little bit. But what I want to emphasize is just the challenges that come not just with field work, but with being a comparative biologist in the field. So a comparative biologist is someone who compares populations, species, and of course there are comparative ethnologists and anthropologists as well. And one thing I've struggled with is how to sort of develop deep roots into any one community, when in order to study your clade or lineage, you've got to move around. This is a phylogeny here on the right, and those species in your study might be spread not only broadly within one continent, but on different continents. And that's been sort of a challenge, I would say, to balancing integration and contribution to local communities with having to spread yourself thin geographically. One area where we've had some success is in this NSF-funded Dimensions of Biodiversity project, which was focused on the dry diagonal, the Cerrado and Caatinga habitats of Brazil. These are areas that are sort of sandwiched in between the Amazon and the Atlantic rainforest, and have, frankly, received a lot less attention from scientists. But we were able to work with a really extraordinary group of scientists in Brazil. This is, I think, an example of NSF trying to make us co-create, which a lot of what NSF does is trying to push the community to a better spot. And I think this was a nice example. We had several planning meetings before we got the grant, and we basically improved on each other's knowledge to try to make a compelling project. And my student Kelsey, who is here, she's there on the left there. She has, I think, experienced some of these challenges of working on, in her case, a very interesting group of birds known as antbirds, but trying to look at their full diversity, and in particular, to look at how they've adapted to dry habitats. Most of this clade is found in a very moist lowland rainforest areas, some montane forests. Only a few examples where they've radiated out to dry habitats. But you can see that these habitats are far flung. They're not conveniently in one spot. How are you going to access all those? I think Kelsey's done that admirably through collaborators and whatnot, but you can see how it might cause us to have to move around a lot, which could, if there may be a trade-off with integrating into any one community. My student, Sophie Orzakowski, who just defended in the spring, she did an amazing dissertation down in Australia looking at genetics of Australian honey eaters. You know, for any graduate students that want to come to my lab, I look for ability to do field work. A lot of young folks pride themselves on running computer programs or this or that or math. They're all important. But actually, I think field work is undervalued by our admissions committees, by our administrators. We've heard this before at this conference. But we all know that pulling off a field program, especially overseas, is a multi-year and very, very challenging endeavor. And so Sophie's done that to really a great degree. I also just want to highlight another lab colleague, Inbar Mayan, who's also here. And she has really, I think, shown us in our lab meetings that we have every week how to integrate locals into your field projects. She's just done an amazing job traversing all over Jamaica, benefiting from local knowledge, but also contributing in terms of teaching folks how to sample lizards in her case, dispelling them of beliefs that lizards are somehow dangerous and going to eat you up. And so through that sort of education, she has probably gone a long way towards helping preserve biodiversity. Hopefully when locals encounter anolis lizards, they won't have the first inclination to sort of smash them with a brick or something. So the upshot of all this is that, for better or worse, my lab has traveled the globe. I put this somewhat blurry figure up, not to boast about where we've been, but to simply emphasize that I've drunk deep that global perspective. Many of our museums in the country have not a regional perspective, but a global perspective, and all the baggage that comes with that. I will add that this map is actually kind of interesting. It was published with a special projection in 2021, which turns out to have the least distortion and to capture the continents as accurately in terms of their relative size as any projection thus far. It was invented by a couple astronomers at Princeton. And so, anyway, it's a nice way to depict, and I'm going to be putting a script on GitHub as to how to make your own map. This was done entirely by ChatGPT. So there are cases where we see interesting global scale initiatives that nonetheless are able to penetrate into their communities and improve infrastructure and local learning. I point to one example, the Forest Geo project, which is a worldwide project trying to measure the growth and ecology of tropical forests. And they have plots in many different countries. But at the same time, their infrastructure is vast enough that they can actually contribute to local infrastructure and contribute to training the next generation. And I think this is an interesting case of a very widely flung project that has nonetheless contributed substantively to many local communities. So you can see from their mission statement that they're deeply committed to training young scientists and learning new skills and gaining access to a network of data and shared experience. Forest Geo initiatives ensure that benefits derived from the global syntheses are shared across geographic scales. Another similar project closer to home is the Golondrinas de las Americas project run by folks at Cornell and other places. This project is actually trying to study a genus of swallows which migrates from North to South America every year. And by studying these swallows in many different locations, they're able to get a very rich window into their life history and ecology. And my understanding is that they've been able to do this in collaboration with scientists in many different South American countries, and to do it in a way that having exchanges and whatnot, student exchanges, in a way that's really benefiting those communities. So this trade-off between sort of geographic and scale and engagement at the local levels may not be an absolute one. Now, the other Achilles heel of the work I do is that, I'm a museum person. I collect specimens to study and learn about biodiversity. But of course, this is, it's a challenging topic, as I'll show you over the next few slides. On the one hand, students and the public are enamored of specimens. They love natural history museums. They flock to them in droves. And yet, it's almost as if the broader public isn't connecting the dots. How did these specimens get there? Here's an example from a colleague, Chris Filardi, who was at the AMNH, where it just went wrong. The rollout of his field work, sadly, he was studying a poorly known kingfisher, the mustache kingfisher in the Solomon Islands. He held, they had sort of ad campaigns about his fieldwork and webinars, and for a while, the public was really enjoying his stories of the field until they learned that he had sacrificed one individual. At that point, the tide turned 180 degrees, and he was basically the recipient of a barrage of hate mail and harassment. This received a lot of press at the time. There are other examples of things gone wrong. A research, for example, in Australia studying golden bowerbirds. She wanted to learn about their vision. She needed eyes. She did so in a place which was not as secluded and from public eye as she might have, and there was a huge outcry. And of course, incidents like this can damage the way forward for many scientists in those fields going forward. So there's this weird sensitivity to sacrificing individuals for scientific research, while at the same time we enjoy many of the fruits of that research. The debate over destructive sampling was played out on web. Many animal rights groups, of course, decrying it, whereas, good for them, the National Audubon Society, a conservation organization, stepping up and allowing Chris to defend himself in their pages. Chris wrote very poignantly about his decision to sacrifice this one bird. Reports in the press that this was a rare species are not true. He estimated at least 4,000 individuals, which even on a single island is a reasonably healthy population. But he tried to convey the deep bonds he had with local communities in the Solomon Islands. He tried to convey what many of us who work in museums have seen many times, and that is the sheer wonder and engagement that people have with specimens. And in the end, his work did mobilize lots of conservation efforts that might not have happened. When people see physical evidence of a species, it has an immediacy which often causes them to as a call to action. So, but it's this weird tightrope line where, we have to navigate, we celebrate the fruits of these scientific endeavors, but not the activities themselves. Well, I can tell you, though, that students love specimens. They love them. Most of them even love anatomy when we're tearing apart a big cormorant or something like that. They bring an immediacy of the biology to students that you simply can't get looking at slides or other representations. And so it's one of the two best parts of my ornithology courses, according to the students, are the field trips, of course, but then working in the collections, learning about biodiversity through these amazing collections. And as I mentioned already, the public also loves collections, and they love natural history museums. And so there's this sort of strange disconnect between our discourse around museums and the act by which those museums were populated with specimens. Many of you may be aware that natural history collections are in a bit of a challenging time right now. They've always been challenged by fields that are perceived to be more legitimate, more cutting edge, bringing in more research dollars to universities. This is just a plot that shows, sorry, it's a bit blurry. You've got time on the x-axis and basically number of growth of collections on the y for different vertebrate groups, amphibians, birds, mammals, et cetera. And you can see that there's, a steady rise up to the sort of pre-war period, and then it becomes very uncertain with the more recent trend, which you see here on the bottom, being one of declining contributions to the collections. This is troubling because I think we should continue responsible collecting. I think it would be a disservice to future generations. They're going to look back at what we have collected for them in 100 years, just like Grinnell was imagining future students would look back in California. And to the extent to which we haven't documented our biodiversity today, we're not going to know in 100 years what things were like at our time. So, now, like many of you, in my own way, I've tried to give back. I've been really privileged to run an undergraduate program where we bring students to the annual evolution meetings. We pair them up with a mentor to basically navigate the complexity of these meetings. And we think it's a nice inflection point for them. Many of them have never been to a scientific meeting, and it's great to see the grad students and postdocs learning their own mentoring skills and bringing these students along with them. Now, many disciplines in biology, zoology, and the geosciences are becoming aware of the challenges of field work for people of color as well, but all of us, I think, experience many of these challenges to some degree. Remarkably, much of this discourse was initiated by the death of George Floyd. I think we would all admit that that pivotal event sent shockwaves through academia and sort of woke us all up, jolted us to awareness of some of the challenges of field work and biology and the disciplines that we engage in. But there are bright spots, and I think even at this fraught intersection of genomics and biodiversity, just some recent examples of cases where project leaders have embedded themselves deeply in local communities. In the case of the bilby on the left, in the inland Aboriginal communities, Indigenous Australians, and on the right, in the Indigenous Maori communities of New Zealand. And so there are examples where we can co-create projects. There's a lot of interesting work going. You probably saw the press release of folks are going to sequence the genome of a giant moa and resurrect it. I don't know if that'll actually happen, but the important thing is that it was done in a way that was highly consultative and basically had people, locals and indigenous groups from the beginning helping to craft the project, and that's obviously the way forward. I've been very fortunate to assist in some of the really more impactful programs in my own experience. I think we'll hear more about impactful programs like this from folks like Paul Barber tomorrow. But there are pockets of programs that are doing their best to expose undergraduates from diverse backgrounds to the importance of conservation, to become comfortable in the field. You can imagine the distance that students have to travel if they haven't spent time in nature as a kid is pretty far. And so programs like the UCSC Doris Duke Conservation Scholars Program, or the new version of it, which has now been called the Conservation Leadership Immersion Experience. These are programs designed to get students comfortable working in the field, thinking like a biological scientist. And for me, globetrotting around the world, I have tried to establish local friendships, mutual trust. I think I've left many of the places I've visited in a better place. We often leave thousands of dollars of equipment with our collaborators in Mongolia, for example. But it's something that's certainly been raised more in my mind, not only as a result of this conference, but just going forward with all the challenges we have. And as many of you probably know, I've even gone so far as to explore my own country on 2 wheels in 2020 in an effort to avoid all the Zoom meetings that administrators were going to send my way as we were sitting at home. I just decided to get on my bike and ride across country. And appropriate perhaps to just mention this briefly here, because most of the second half of my trip was traveling in the footsteps of Lewis and Clark. And one of the high points of my trip was visiting the headwaters of Missouri State Park. This really should be a national park in Montana. But this was where, of course, the 3 rivers come together to form the headwaters of the Missouri, which, of course, was the goal of Jefferson's goal for the Lewis and Clark expedition. And seeing, in this really beautiful spot where York, the slave on the expedition, was part of, I felt this very intense sense of history in that park, but also across the whole country. It was just a great opportunity to connect with folks that come from very different backgrounds. Birds, I found, were always a great conversation starter. And it was just, I felt fortunate to be able to connect with people who, some of whom, well, certainly I wasn't sharing political views with, and some might even be skeptical of science and the scientific endeavor. But I did my best to try to bridge that divide. And so, yeah, it was a great opportunity, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks so much for this talk. As you're thinking about the future of fieldwork and you're thinking about students and things like that, you're talking about how, as you're considering students, you wish admissions committees were looking more at fieldwork. How do you judge if someone's ready for fieldwork, given that you were saying that opportunities are definitely disparate, especially early in careers or early in life? So how do you measure that, or how do you determine who gets the thumbs up on that?
No, that's a really good point, because of course we don't want to fall into the trap of accepting folks that have had opportunities or had privilege, whatever. Yeah, no, it's it's one of these things. You have to be pragmatic, I think. I'm sure many of you have been in the same position, but and of course you might have to change your expectations for some students. And in truth, most students applying to our program have had some feel they at least know whether they like it or not. And I think the thing that we're able to do at Harvard, thankfully, is to give students opportunity. In many cases, finances are not a barrier. We have small endowments to help facilitate specifically for field work. And you start them out mist netting birds out at the Concord Field Station in outside of Boston, and if they want to take that further, that's great. Some inevitably get sucked into the rabbit hole of bioinformatics and never go into the field again. But I think most of my students have really navigated well that balance. And I think one of the things that I'm seeing more recently is really exciting is sort of graduate students sort of co-conducting field work, which I think is great because they can learn from each other different ways of navigating the complex landscape. So yeah.
I have a kind of related question. And so I'm a historian, so my question comes as somebody that's a humanist, and I think a lot of historians, humanists, we look across the campus at those science buildings and all the ologies and just assume you all are flush with money and funding. And so it was interesting to hear you talk about the challenges that ornithology and other similar fields are facing in terms of decisions that are being made about funding and the future. So what options do somebody that's a graduate student at Harvard or somebody else that wants to pursue ornithology, a PhD, but maybe the opportunities on campuses to get a professorship are diminishing? What type of career pathways do they have outside of the academy?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question, Patrick. I mean, I think, yeah, and that's something, again, that I think my generation of professors has had to grapple with. Like, okay, we have to take our blinders off and realize that sometimes students might want to do something else. Like, I mean, after being in academics for a couple of decades, I get it. I understand why you might want to do something else. Yeah, I think the one thing that we try to instill upon students is an appreciation of their own skill sets. I mean, you may be working on the most obscure problem in biogeography or taxonomy or whatever, but you're often developing skills that will be useful to you in lots of other endeavors. It could be collaboration, it could be logistics, it could be analyzing biological data. And so, many grad students and postdocs end up going into human genetics, bioinformatics, conservation informatics. There's a real need for folks. I mean, getting a PhD, we all know, you learn so much more than just your subject matter. And I think what's important is that we make students aware of those opportunities early, and that we don't sort of write them off if they say, well, maybe I don't want to become a professor. I mean, I think that the skills that we can bestow on our students, just in terms of analyzing data, are going to be very important in other endeavors too. As to the gleaming research buildings that you mentioned, there's competition at every level, and I will tell you, I hope they're listening at Harvard. The molecular biologists are always ruling, the stem cell folks, they're ruling the day, and so it's like we have to chain ourselves to our collections, make sure that they stay there.
Hi.
We can take
thank
one more
you.
question.
Oh, thanks so much. I just wanted to reflect back on a couple of things that you said. One, you talked about having to spread yourself thin across different communities because of doing comparative work, right? If you're taking that perspective in biology or other fields, and that sort of, limits the amount of depth of friendships and so on that you can, you're not going to have sustained relations if you're moving around. And it recalls a linguist named Laura Robinson who works on Philippine languages and did field work, was doing historical linguistic work. So what she needed was 200 word lists from a lot of different communities. And, she went around doing that work and people were happy to host her and help her, and she compensated them generously, and then, came back and wrote up her research. But in a climate where collaboration is so valued, she found herself really having to, defend what she did as ethical research, and even wrote a paper, not about cowboy linguistics, but the lone wolf, that was it, lone wolf linguistics, and really just finding herself caught in that discourse. So I just wanted to mention that as a kind of affirmation of that observation. And then just a quick second one, you talked about the kind of trends of devaluing collections. And I'll just point out that the Documenting Endangered Languages program at NSF, right, which is really important for sponsoring linguistic field work around the world, had to change its name for political reasons to DLI from DEL, Documenting Endangered Languages, to Dynamic Language Infrastructure. And the people who were applying for that program were like, what? Okay, whatever, we'll call it what you want. But I think it just is really reinforcing your point about that value. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm all for changing names. If it lets the bullets fly over us, I'm all for it.
You had a question.
Really great talk. This example that you gave of the outrage about the one bird, I think it highlights a broader issue that I'm not sure how we as professionals working in this area navigate. So, there's an outrage over that bird. In my field, there was blackfish. It's just like, oh my God, how could you possibly keep an orca in captivity? There are backlashes against zoos. And the people having those responses don't realize that the reason that they're pushed back against that so much is that they've had that exposure. And it's that exposure that's made them care. And now they care so much that they want those things to go away. But how do we, it's about zoos, it's about aquaria, it's about field collections. But, I can see where this eventually gets to, like, why do we need to do field work? Like, why are you torturing those birds, like, with mist nets? Like, why are you capturing those fish underwater and, like, doing whatever you do to them? How do we simultaneously get people to care enough to, want to protect these organisms, protect these ecosystems, at the same time, not completely shutting down, like, the scientific endeavors and the communication mechanisms that got them to care in the first place?
I think you hit the nail on the head. I will say that my thought is that they probably would be more outraged someone collecting a bird than a sea urchin. But that's the price we pay as ornithologists. But no, your point is very well taken, and I think it takes dialogue. We have to talk to folks. A lot of the exchange isn't driven by logic so much as emotion, and I think talking to folks, trying to place the field work and the research in context. How is it going to help the broader society? These are all things, of course, that we're all doing, but I agree with you that we've just got to engage and try to get beyond the shouting matches and just talk. That's the important thing.
Thank you, Scott, for this fabulous talk. I mean, we could sit here for 2 hours, honestly. But I'd like to invite everyone with a red dot person, everyone with a red dot, to meet our staff in the back, and we'll move over to the speaker alumni dinner. And everyone else there, go out, have a great time. And there's a list of restaurants in the back, if that's helpful. And we'll turn over the room shortly for tomorrow's events. And it should be a great day tomorrow.